You are now watching the very last day of competition at the CrossFit Copa Sur semifinals, straight from Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. I am Lucas Olivieri, and I'm joined by Kelly Z commentating. And we have on the floor Fabio Brocco. This broadcast is in English, but we also have Spanish and Portuguese available for your entertainment. And we have 3 individual events today. Yesterday, we saw Vitória CrossFit Centro Movimento punching their tickets to the CrossFit Games, and AR1 doing the same. And we're about ready to start Heat 1 with Event 4. Who do we have to watch out for, Kelly?
I think this is just going to be a very balanced heat overall. We are expecting great things from these girls today. Definitely keep an eye on Carolina Martinez, Abigail Spinelli. Montserrat Bentancur was really pushing it yesterday during Event 3, and I think that she's definitely going to continue to push throughout this Event 4 today.
As athletes are getting into their positions, coming into today, our current leaderboard for the women athletes is Vitória Campos is in first place with 276 points, Julia Cato with 261 points, then Andrea Pinheiro in third place at 252 points. Emily Andrade, fourth place, 228, and Barbara Caravello with 213 points. We have 3 spots for the CrossFit Games, and we're about ready to start Event 4. And Event 4 is 4 time with a time cap of 13 minutes, 400-meter row, then a 96-foot handstand walk, and 600-meter row, 120-foot handstand walk, 800-meter row, 72-foot handstand walk. Each section is 12 feet. And we are on our way with our very last day of competition. Looking at our lane assignments, on lane 1 we have Maria Vitória Martinez. On lane 2 we have Montserrat Bentancur. On lane 3 we have Abigail Spinelli. Lane 4 we have Carolina Martinez. Lane 5 Oranza Carrillo. Lane 6 Victoria Mongi. Lane 7 Jessica Matos. Lane 8 Yadira Alba Castaño. Lane 9 Agustina Altamirano. And lane 10 Agustina Cojadini.
Now, this is a workout where it's going to be determined by your skill in the handstand walk. If your handstand walk is not extremely efficient and very well tailored, this is going to be a very challenging workout, and we're going to see athletes stopping halfway through these 12-foot sections, barely even starting and having to go back and restart. The secret to this workout is not the row, it's definitely skill.
We have seen some athletes before doing their handstand walks almost like they're using 2 legs instead of 2 arms. And I would venture a guess that we would see the same thing today.
Our current world record for Event 4 belongs to Laura Horvath at the French Throwdown with a time of 8 minutes and 24 seconds.
As we get a picture of that little screen, and we have athletes doing their handstand walks. And on lane 7, we have Jessica Matos neck and neck with lane 4, Carolina Martinez. But Jessica Matos getting on that row.
And one thing about these handstand walks is that your hands have to stay within the border of those 12-foot sections. If your pinky finger touches that white line to the side, athletes will get no reps and will have to go back to restart that section.
And if you feel like you're going to mess up, you might as well mess up at the very beginning of the section that you're currently in. That way you don't have to backtrack all the way to the beginning of the section.
One of the most frustrating things in a workout like this is getting so close to the end of that 12-foot section and having to go back and having to restart it. It messes with your mindset immensely, especially because this is a very high skill. And once those shoulders are fatigued, it's very hard to maintain that level of high skill.
We will have 4 different heats for women and 4 heats for men for this event. But in event 5, the next event, will have 5 heats each.
Second portion of the row is 600 meters, and we see athletes already approaching the 400-meter mark at the 4-minute mark on the clock.
You're looking at lane 4, Carolina Martinez, and lane 7, Jessica Matos on the right side of your screen. They were both fighting for first place when they started this second row. And you see most athletes being controlled with their rowing, but lanes 9 and 10, they were the last to get on the row, and they're trying to make up some time.
Jessica Matos already on to her second set of handstand walking. We have 120 feet for the second block. And Carolina Martinez not far behind her. Carolina Martinez is chasing Jessica Matos on that handstand walk. Absolutely no issues. And here we already see the first no rep for Jessica Matos having to go back and redo the entire section.
And because of that, Carolina Martinez is now in first. As you were watching Jessica Matos.
Any no rep on the handstand walk is extremely costly because that one no rep just takes up so much time since you have to go back to the beginning of each section.
And we just had a no rep with Carolina Martinez, but then Jessica Matos also. And they're alternating no reps between them, making this more exciting.
And we see that the issue with Jessica Matos is that her hand is touching that white line to the right. And with the handstand walk, much like double unders, the more frustrated you get, the more difficult it becomes. So you have to maintain a cool, calm, and collected mindset to not keep making the same mistake over and over again.
And because Jessica Matos is having some trouble with this set of handstand walk, she has been overtaken by multiple athletes.
We see Carolina Martinez, Vitória Monge back on their rowers alongside Jessica Matos.
Taking a quick break there on lane 5 on the right side of your screen is Oranza Carrillo. The Copa Sur CrossFit Semifinal is sponsored by Brave, the official supplier of the biggest CrossFit event in South America, supplying the best line of fitness equipment on the market.
We see Carolina Martinez approaching the 400-meter mark on this last row, which is 800 meters, before she heads out for her 72-foot handstand walk. We are at 8 minutes 24, which is the current world record from Laura Horvath at the French throwdown.
Athletes are rowing for a total of 1,800 meters, which is a little over 1 mile.
On the left of your screen, we have Carolina Martinez coming up to 700 meters, going to be getting off that rower very soon. Montserrat Bentancur to the right of your screen, speeding up. Those pulls are getting much stronger. She has just over 100 meters left. And Carolina Martinez makes her way to her last set of handstand walks.
And there we have Montserrat Bentancur starting almost simultaneously with Carolina Martinez. And they're neck and neck.
This is going to be a race to the finish between these two athletes.
Carolina Martinez using her feet for momentum. About to get to the finish line first.
And she has to go
Oh, it's
back.
a no rep. It's a no rep.
Her hand was getting awfully close to that white line, and it touched just before she crossed the finish line.
And Montserrat
Bentancur finishing just ahead of her.
with 10 minutes and 15 seconds unofficially.
And we see your initial leader, Jessica Matos, making her way to the finish line. And she is through in third, with lane 6, Vitória Monge, right behind her. Lane 3, Abigail Spinelli, just crossing. We are at 11 minutes. Athletes have 2 minutes left on the clock to finish their 800-meter row and 72 feet of handstand walks.
We have 5 athletes on the row. Athletes have just over 1 minute to do 72 feet on the handstand walk. And you're watching on lane 8 is Yadira Alba Castaño. And on the left side of the screen is Oranza Carillo.
And Yadira is through with 45 seconds left on the clock.
And Oranza has a little over 30 seconds. And she makes it through. You know, lane 1, we have Maria Victoria Martinez also approaching the finish line with 15 seconds left, and does so.
In the nick of time. Agustina Altamirano doing what she can with 3 seconds left.
And that is time. Not finishing this heat is Agustina Altamirano and Agustina Corandini. An amazing performance by Montserrat Bentancur at the very end there, neck and neck with Carolina Martinez, but Carolina Martinez having a no rep, losing that first place in the very last second, Kelly.
Literally 1 palm away from crossing the finish line, and she was no reps and had to go back and redo those 12 feet. And that is immensely frustrating, and you could see the frustration in her face there at the end.
Just an incredible first heat. We have 3 more heats. And we are getting ready to talk to Fabio Brocco.
Felicitaciones, Montserrat, desde Uruguay. Por primera vez tenemos una atleta uruguaya en el individual, semifinal individual. Pero yo sé que habías competido en equipos. ¿Cuán distinto es competir individualmente y qué esto significa para ti?
Y la verdad que tremendo logro. Es la primera vez que llegan 2 uruguayas, como Lucila Carro y yo. Así que nada, re feliz y re contenta las dos de estar acá.
Muitas graças. Então, atleta do Uruguai, primeira vez que temos mulheres uruguaias no individual. Rompa lá, muitas graças. Vamos então para a próxima bateria.
Diretamente do Rio de Janeiro, estamos aqui no nosso stand do Copa Sur, a semifinal oficial da América Latina. Eu quero te fazer um convite, você que é dono de boxe e ainda não passou aqui no nosso stand, vem aqui conversar com algum dos nossos especialistas e aproveitar as condições exclusivas que tem aqui.
And we are ready to start Heat 2. The judges are patiently waiting as the athletes are getting into position. In our lane assignments for Heat 2, we have in lane 1, Kalia Mashant, lane 2, Lucila Caro, lane 3, Juliana Cavalek, lane 4, Lilian Nagel, lane 5, Bruna Berbel, lane 6, Lara Scarpini, lane 7, Yanara Carvalho, lane 8, Larissa Tramontin, lane 9, Gabriela Lucchi, and lane 10, Fabiani Carvalho. Who do we have to look out for here?
It's definitely going to be interesting to keep an eye on Lilian Nagel and Larissa Tramontin as well as Gabriela Lucchi. However, yesterday we had a very similar heat, and we had a lot of flip-flopping between athletes for first, second, and third place in the heat.
30 seconds to start. Ten seconds. And Heat 2 has officially begun. This is for time with a time cap of 13 minutes, 400-meter row, followed by a 96-foot handstand walk, then a 600-meter row, followed by a 120-foot handstand walk, then an 800-meter row, followed by 72-foot handstand walk. Each section is 12 feet long.
Again, this is a workout of skill, handstand walk skill to be very specific, and patience. As we saw in the first heat, any little misstep, one pinky finger over that white line, or 1 second too soon to come down can cost you an entire 12-foot section where you have to redo that section of the handstand walk, and that is very costly.
Certainly an event for the gymnasts amongst these athletes to shine.
We see a hand in the air for Bruna Berbo. And she is definitely going to be one to watch on these handstand walks.
You're looking at Bruna Berbo, who started her handstand walk first, but had a no rep.
In lane 1 and 3, we see Kilia Pafian and Juliana Cavalec.
You know, lane 7, Yanara Carvalho is moving extremely fast.
Inara Carvalho has absolutely no issue with these handstand walks.
You can see her using her feet to carry that momentum forward.
These athletes seem very, very comfortable on their hands.
And Yanara the first on the row, followed by Lucila Caro on lane 2. As you're watching Yanara Carvalho,
Inara is sparing absolutely no energy on those pulls. Yukashishi is very determined. Whereas Juliana Cavalec is much more controlled. Longer pulls, stronger pulls, but letting that rower spin.
and just now Bruna Berbo makes it to her row. Coming into today, we have Victoria Campos leading the women, followed by Julia Cato and Andrea Pinheiro. We have 3 spots up for grabs to go to the CrossFit Games.
We see all athletes on their second row, which is a 600-meter row, before heading out to their longest section of handstand walks, which is 120 feet.
This is heat 2 out of 4 for the women athletes, and then we'll have 4 more heats with the men athletes.
Hand in the air for Inara Carvalho as she is about to head off her rower. As well as for Lucila Caro and Juliana Cavalec.
And we have 4 athletes starting their handstand walks almost at the same time.
With Inara Carvalho taking a no rep right at the beginning of her first section.
Currently in the lead is Lucila Caro on lane 2 at the bottom of your screen.
With Lara Scarpin very near behind her, as well as Kilia Pafian. We have Lara Scarpini and Inara Carvalho neck and neck in lanes 6 and 7. But it is lane 2, Lucila Caro, who is bulldozing through those handstand walks and first back onto her row for the last 800 meters. We are at 6 minutes 30 with a workout that has a 13-minute time cap.
And we see several athletes on the arena floor getting a no rep on the handstand walk. The CrossFit Copa Sur semifinal is brought to you by Northern Spirit, the official sponsor of the CrossFit Semifinals apparel. They have a big stand at the competition designed by 3D Idea, another sponsor of the Copa Sur event. At this stand, people may come to get their hair braided and also get stickers. The brand, implemented in 2013, was founded by Nikias Carrison in France, quickly establishing itself as a leader in the cross-training world. They were the first global supplier of CrossFit that came to our semifinal, providing the apparel of the athletes, event team, and also selling their products.
On your screen, Lucila Caro from AR1 CrossFit leading the heat.
And on the left side of your screen is Yanara Carvalho. You're looking at Kilia Marchand on the left side of your screen, and Lucila Caro was on the right side of your screen, who came into this row as a leader. And on the arena floor is Bruna Berbel.
600 meters for Lucila Caro. She's only got 200 to go before heading back out for her last handstand walk.
Bruna Berbel just made it to her row.
Lucila Caro about to come off her rower for a straight shot across the arena floor to finish event 4.
And about 120 meters ahead of Yanara Carvalho.
No hesitation whatsoever to get on her hands and start moving forward. And she is well centered in that lane.
With just 24 feet to go. Last 12 feet.
A literal straight shot across the arena.
It's a no rep.
No rep. She came down just a fraction too soon. You cannot be too fast to come down. You have to get across the red line
and
with
she
both
is
hands.
now through with 10 minutes and 23 seconds unofficially.
And we have Lilia Nagao crossing the finish line with Kilia right behind her. Inara Carvalho coming through. And Larissa Tramontin speeding up. We are at 11 minutes. There's 2 minutes left on this workout.
And that was Larissa Tramontin on lane 8.
Juliana Cavaleschi with her last 12 feet to go.
Trying to loosen up those arm muscles.
And she's through. We have multiple athletes across for the second heat of women's event 4.
With a little over 1 minute remaining on that time cap. With 2 athletes on the row, and on lane 10, Fabiane Carvalho.
We see Bruna Verbel and Gabriela Lucchi still working on their 800-meter row.
And on the left side of the screen, lane 10, Fabiane Carvalho just made it through, crossed the finish line with 12 minutes and 15 seconds unofficially.
Gabriela Lucchi is going to have to speed through her handstand walks to make it to the end. Under the cap, she has 30 seconds for that 72-foot handstand walk.
Getting a little push from the crowd. 15 seconds. 10 seconds. 5 seconds.
And that is the end of women's heat 2, event 4, on the last day of CrossFit Copa Sur.
As you're looking at Lucila Cahu, who led this almost all the way through to the very end, finishing with an unofficial time of 10 minutes and 23 seconds, which still places her behind Heat 1 Montserrat with 10 minutes and 15 seconds unofficially. We're going to Fabio Brocco.
Atletas uruguayas en la semifinal, 2 eventos, 2 uruguayas ganando. ¿Qué sueles hacer en tu entrenamiento para un evento muy agotador? El tercer día, ¿qué sueles hacer en tu entrenamiento para ganar el hit?
Bueno, este año, esta temporada estuve entrenando muy duro, así que nada, ya lo había probado también a este workout y estoy muy contenta con el resultado y muy contenta de estar acá. La verdad que es mi primer regional individual y bueno, estoy muy feliz, muy feliz.
Felicitaciones, muchas gracias. Então, desde o Uruguai, Lucila Caro.
Y quisiera mandar un saludo a mi familia y a toda la gente de Uruguay que me están mirando y siguiendo, como siempre. Muchas gracias.
Muito obrigado, então. Vamos para a próxima bateria.
We're about ready to welcome the athletes of Heat 3. Heat 3, the judges are in the arena waiting patiently for them. And here are your athletes. Who do we have to look out for, Kelly?
Definitely want to keep an eye on Laura Gonzalez in this heat, as well as Vivi Aiello, Luisa Marquez as well, and I'd venture to say Tamires Duarte. This is going to be a very strong heat. We have extremely skilled athletes, extremely veteran athletes. We're going to see some very quick athletes on their hands.
Laura Gonzalez, who started day 2, so yesterday, as the leader after a dominant day 1 performance.
To everyone watching at home, do not change the channel because you are in for a show with these next 2 heats.
In your lanes for Heat 3, as you look at Laura Gonzalez, we have Amber Davey On lane 1, lane 2, Tamílis Duarte. Lane 3, Isadora Marques. Lane 4, Vivi Aiello. Lane 5, Bruna Baxix. Lane 6, Laura Gonzalez. Lane 7, Ana Beatriz Gonzalez. Lane 8, Luisa Marquez. Lane 9, Isabel Davis Kiefer. Lane 10, Camila Marca.
On your screen, we have Laura Gonzalez looking very excited for this workout.
Showing all her charisma. All smiles for Laura. Heat 3 is going to start very soon. Athletes on standby. And Heat 3 has begun.
The time to beat for the women is currently 10:15, and the global record for this workout belongs to Laura Horvath at 8 minutes and 24 seconds.
This is 4-time with a time cap of 13 minutes, 400-meter row, then a 96-foot handstand walk, then 600-meter row, 120-foot handstand walk, 800-meter row, 72-foot handstand walk. Each section on the floor is 12 feet long as you look at Luisa Marquez.
Luisa Marquez is already a CrossFit veteran at the tender age of 22. She started competing as a teen athlete and has already been making a name for herself for many, many years.
And on lane 6, the first to start the handstand walk is Laura Gonzalez. But on lane 2, on the bottom of your screen, you have Tamílis Duarte sprinting on her hands.
And wasting no time to turn around and get back to that rower.
But lane 8, Luisa Marquez, the first to get back on the row. The Copa Sur CrossFit Semifinal is sponsored by Powered by Coffee, the official coffee of the Copa Sur Semifinal, and the best frozen coffee in the world. Coming into today's events, Vitória Campos is leading with 276 points, followed by Julia Cato in second place, 261 points. Then Andrea Pinheiro in third place with 252 points. Emily Andrade, fourth place, 228 points. And Bárbara Caravello, fifth place, 213 points. The women are fighting for 3 spots for the right to compete in the CrossFit Games in Fort Worth, Texas. this August.
In this third heat, we have a clear difference between the first two that we just saw when it comes to comfortability on those handstand walks. We saw none of these athletes getting no repped repetitively or really seeing any challenge in these handstand walks so far. And this workout is a workout that is highly skill-based when it comes to this movement. And those 600 meters are done. Luisa Marquez is back out on that floor, along with Camila Marca. And Luisa is running on her hands.
And it's a race. Luisa Marquez and Camila Marca on lane 10.
Luisa Marquez just taking over, wasting no time whatsoever as she races back to her rower for the final set.
Luisa Marquez, the clear leader of this heat so far.
In lane 1, we saw Amber Davey running back.
You're looking at Luisa Marquez on your screen. Just 4 athletes on the row so far. Luisa Marquez on lane 8. Camila Marca, lane 10. Amber Davey, lane 1. And Tamilis Duarte, lane 2.
Luisa Marquez taking very deep breaths, controlling her breathing. Probably to sprint on her hands to that finish line for that final 72-foot handstand walk.
To the right of Luisa Marquez, that's on your screen now, is lane 7, Ana Beatriz Gonzalez. 460 meters.
We are almost at the 8-minute mark as Luisa Marquez hits 500 meters for that final row.
The Copa Sur CrossFit Semifinal is sponsored by Innovari. Excellent floors for performance. Resistance tested in the biggest competition arenas of South America. Easy to clean by sweeping and wiping with mild soap. And it comes in a great variety, 11 to 50 millimeters of thickness, vibrant colors, and 2 different sizes.
Luisa Marquez with just over 100 meters on that rower.
Just 100 meters to go for Luisa Marquez.
And she is done with her final row. And she's off to her final handstand walk, sprinting to the finish.
Putting on a show with just 24 feet to go.
And we are about to see the new record for event 4 here at Copa Sur for the women. She's through.
With an unofficial time of 9 minutes and 35 seconds. She is currently the event leader.
Amber Davey coming in at 9:46, taking second place in the event. We see Camila Marca making her way to the finish line.
Just 24 feet to go.
Make it through, and she's there.
Unofficial time of 10:21. The Copa Sur CrossFit Semifinal is sponsored by Skyhill. Skyhill is launching a new grip, the Copa Sur edition. Free delivery today. On lane 7, Ana Beatriz Gonzalez is through to the finish. And on the left side of your screen is Vivia Yellow on lane 4. With just under 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining, we have two athletes doing their handstand walks on the floor. And that is lane 9, Isabel Davis on the top of your screen. And lane 3, Isadora Marques on the left side of your screen. They have just over 1 minute. As you see Luisa Marques clapping her hands on your screen, wearing a flag from the state of Rio Grande do Sul that was devastated by...
Oh, and she has to go back. She has 30 seconds on the clock to finish those 24 feet.
She has to finish that last section with 15 seconds. And she's through. And as I was saying, Rio Grande do Sul was devastated by flooding. And that is why Luisa Marques, your current event leader, with an unofficial time of 9 minutes and 35 seconds. As you watch her replay, that is why she finished and started wearing that Rio Grande do Sul flag.
A very, very impressive performance from Luisa Marques.
Followed not so far behind by Amber Davey. With an unofficial time of 9 minutes and 46 seconds, we're going to Fábio Brocco.
Luisa Marques, preciso fazer essa parte
como eu fiz com Amanda Fuzuma, Vitória Campos e André Pinheiro. Se temos uma terceira vaga para os CrossFit Games, muito se deve também aos seus resultados durante todo esse tempo. Atleta experiente, 3 CrossFit Games como teams, hoje morando no Oriente Médio, assim como outros atletas, e a gente sabe que essa temporada foi muito turbulenta, né? Um pouco, né? Você não abre muito, mas a gente sabe nos bastidores. Eu gostaria de saber, você está aqui representando também o Rio Grande do Sul, uma situação que a gente, né, quem está acompanhando sabe, e eu queria saber o que isso significa para você agora. Você está aqui, né, chegou na semifinal, levou uma bateria, está representando um estado irmão. Compartilha com a gente.
Ai, oi, Broco, oi, galera. Muito obrigada pela torcida, galera. Isso para mim é muito gratificante. Só de poder estar aqui, sentir essa energia, poder estar com a minha família, minha segunda família, que é do Rio Grande do Sul. Então, por isso mesmo que eu estou carregando essa bandeira, para que a gente possa ajudar e restabelecer todas as casas, todas as famílias, todo o aconchego das pessoas que estão sofrendo com essa tragédia. Mas eu quero muito agradecer a todo mundo que me acompanha desde pequenininho. Eu sou muito grata a toda essa família do CrossFit que me conhece, o Broco, a Nath, todo mundo que está aqui. Me acompanha desde quando eu iniciei, e só de poder estar aqui eu estou muito feliz.
Muito obrigado, Luísa Marques. Vamos então para a última bateria.
Let's get it now.
We are ready to start Heat 4 with some big names here. Who do we have to watch out for, Kelly?
Absolutely everybody, Lucas. I'm not even going to lie. We have to watch out for everybody in this lane. Julia Cato, Vitória Campos, Andrea Pinheiro, Amanda Fuzuma, Marina Zago, Lucia Viretti. We want to keep an eye on all these women, all of them. They're all strong on the row. They're all very proficient on the handstand walk. And it's just going to be, this is going to be a performance to remember. Vitória Campos has been dominating thus far, and I do not see her doing anything short of amazing in this workout.
As the crowd starts clapping, and we have less than 30 seconds, 10 seconds. And the final heat has begun. You're looking at Vitória Campos, who is the overall leader after the events of day 1 and 2. She is on lane 5. And to her right is Andrea Pinheiro, who is in 3rd place overall. Let's look at the lane assignments. In lane 1, we have Marina Zago. Lane 2, Amanda Fuzuma. Lane 3, Bárbara Caravelho, who's in 5th place. Then Andrea Pinheiro in lane 4, Vitória Campos in lane 5, Julia Cato lane 6, in 2nd place overall, and Emily Andrade lane 7, in 4th place overall. Lane 8 is Lucia Viretti, lane 9 is Mariana Corti, and lane 10 is Aline Cabral. This is for time with the time cap of 13 minutes, 400-meter row, 96-foot handstand walk, 600-meter row, 120-foot handstand walk, 800-meter row, 72-foot handstand walk. Each section is 12 feet.
In this heat particularly, Vitória Campos might get a slight run for her money from Emily Andrade, who was actually a former gymnast.
Emily Andrade representing BRV CrossFit.
Here we have Vitória Campos out on the floor for her first 96-foot handstand walk.
Vitória Campos moving fast.
No issues from these ladies for event 4, heat 4.
And on lane 7, just like you said, Kelly, Emily Andrade, neck and neck with Vitória Campos, moving a little bit faster on that handstand, but getting on the row at the same time.
We are about to see an amazing heat between these two ladies. Emily Andrade looking extremely determined, and Vitória Campos looking extremely collected. The global time to beat the current world record for event 4 belongs to Laura Horvath at the French Throwdown with a time of 8 minutes and 24 seconds. I am actually very curious to see if Vitória Campos or Emily Andrade might just beat that record. We are currently at 3 minutes, 25 seconds.
The Copa Sur CrossFit Semifinal is sponsored by G-Shock, the Absolute Resistance watch. It's been 50 years since the first Casio watch. It's strong and brutal, like CrossFit athletes. On your screen to the left, Vitória Campos. And to her left, on the right side of your screen, Julia Cato.
Vitória Campos a few meters only ahead of Emily Andrade. This could change at any moment. And she is off the row, as is Emily Andrade right behind her.
And Emily Andrade catching up as she's a little bit faster on the handstand walk.
We see multiple athletes onto their second set, but nobody is going to be able to catch these two women. A quick turnover from both, and Emily Andrade is on her way past Vitória Campos by a palm.
You have to be careful when you're moving this fast. If you touch that white line, you get a no rep.
Emily Andrade just a slight hair ahead, and back to her rower first.
And they're now rowing for 800 meters. Emily Andrade representing PRV CrossFit, putting on quite the performance, neck and neck with Vitória Campos.
And the arena is getting very excited to see what is about to happen at the end of event 4, heat 4, between your current overall leader, Vitória Campos, and 4th place, Emily Andrade.
Emily Andrade fighting for that right to go to the CrossFit Games.
In the center of your screen, we have Julia Cato, who is currently sitting in 2nd place overall.
You're looking at first place, second place, and fourth place overall on your screen. Lanes 5, 6, and 7.
We have 3 spots available for the CrossFit Games this weekend, and we are just about 50% of the way through the events. This leaderboard can change at any moment.
You see Vitória Campos more than halfway done with her rowing, but so is Emily Andrade, and they are very, very close, pretty much the same.
This is the closest I've ever seen to synchronized rowing in CrossFit. The crowd is going wild. The energy is electric here at Arena Carioca 1 in Rio.
Just a little over 100 meters to go.
And we are at 8 minutes 30 on the clock.
And they are still pretty much tied.
Vitória Campos with maybe 1 pole lead on that rower. They are about to come off those rowers for the last leg of handstand walks. Straight shot across the arena floor. Vitória Campos is off.
Not far behind her is Emily.
And they are going to have to run.
It is a race. And the crowd is going nuts as Emily Andrade is going just a little bit faster.
The arena is on their feet.
It's going to be a photo finish. Emily Andrade crosses first with 9:22.
By a hair, by a fraction. And you can actually see the joy on Vitória Campos' face for such a push.
Emily Andrade totally fired up. And they hug each other because that was quite the competition.
The appreciation. And Julia Cato is through as well, as is Lucia Videtti in lane 8. What a performance from these 2 athletes that we just saw. On your screen, lane 4, Andrea Pinheiro also making her way to the finish line. And she's through. Andrea Pinheiro currently sitting 3rd overall on the women's leaderboard for this weekend.
Unofficial time of 10 minutes and 17 seconds as you're watching the replay of what was almost a photo finish, if not for a last-second sprint there from Emily Andrade on the bottom of your screen, finishing just a few seconds ahead of Vitória Campos. As you see on lane 4, Andrea Pinheiro. On lane 9 is Mariana Corti, and on lane 10, Aline Cabral, with 1 minute and 20 seconds to go. And Aline Cabral on lane 10 gets a no rep.
1 minute left on the clock to finish this workout.
Mariana Corte about to cross that finish line, being very strategic with her rests. And she's through. Gets a hug from Emily Andrade. Aline Cabral taking a break, but she has 30 seconds. Fifteen seconds. And that is time. As you see Emily waving to the crowd, and the replay of her being completely fired up because she put on a show. And as your event leader with a time of 9 minutes and 22 seconds, and not far behind her was Vitória Campos with 9:25. Quite the race between the two of them, Kelly.
It was absolutely exhilarating to see these two athletes go neck and neck the entire heat.
And you can see Vitória Campos look at Emily Andrade and just crack a smile. And we're going down to Fábio Brocco.
Emily Andrade. Dormimos na quarta posição, portanto, fora da zona de classificação. E esse resultado aqui pode colocar o ticket nas suas mãos. Temos mais duas provas. Uma prova com carga, outra prova com habilidades ginásticas também. Como controlar a emoção para não deixar, nesses momentos finais, o tão sonhado ticket escapar?
Acho que é fazer o melhor em todas as provas e se dedicar, né? Acho que eu venho fazendo um bom trabalho, eu espero que esteja agradando a todos e prova em prova mostrar o meu melhor.
Eu quero também te fazer a seguinte pergunta. Essa prova, né, acredito que muita gente apostou em você pelas suas habilidades ginásticas, mas ali não era somente a ginástica. A gente está trabalhando também um endurance, um cardio muito alto e uma prova no terceiro dia. Quanto que tudo isso, né, somando esses 2 dias, atrapalha, ajuda? Porque você tem uma habilidade ginástica. O quanto a habilidade ajuda ou não? Como é que foi lidar com tudo isso?
Eu acho que a habilidade ginástica já te dá um grauzinho um pouquinho maior dentro da prova. Eu acredito que todas as atletas estão fadigadas, né? Eu, particularmente, minhas pernas estão bem doloridas pelo front squat e volume. E eu acredito que todas que estão aqui dentro treinaram duro, né? Tem um volume grande de intensidade, de peso, né? Então, é você se dedicar provinha por provinha, sem ficar pensando lá no final, né? Dar o seu melhor. Às vezes o seu melhor hoje não é aquele 100% da prova que você fez dentro do seu box, mas é o hoje. Então, o hoje que é importante, cada prova entrar com cabeça lá em cima e força de vontade.
É isso aí, Emily Andrade. Vamos então agora para a categoria masculina.
Normal, que começou a fazer uma atividade física por uma necessidade. Eu tenho que ter força no meu dia a dia. Por isso que eu entrei, comecei e hoje não me vejo sem. Eu acho que esse é o recado, sabe? É custoso, é muito custoso, mas vale a pena.
Meu nome é Ana Carolina, faço parte do Instituto Mover Girl Social, né? E hoje a gente iniciou aqui esse projeto, né? Nasceu este projeto aqui dentro do Copa Sur e aqui a gente está com o torneio, o primeiro torneio de levantamento de peso.
Meu nome é Guilherme Donato e eu sou um dos voluntários da CrossFit do Brasil.
E eu sou Gabriel Romero também.
Um torneio amador, no qual a gente tem a finalidade de arrecadar fundos para o projeto, para a gente instalar unidades de CrossFit Kids em comunidades carentes. Essa é a nossa finalidade e venha participar, venha contribuir de alguma forma.
You just saw the women athletes perform their individual event 4, and now we're about ready to start with the men. It's going to be the same variables, it's the same event, nothing changes, no weight changes, nothing like that. Kelly, who do we have to look out for here?
I think this is just going to be a very curious event to watch overall. We have a very big mix of athletes, some that are very good at endurance, others that are very good at gymnastics. It's just going to be observation. This is definitely going to be an observation workout. I definitely think, though, we need to keep an eye on Omar Martinez, who's been putting on quite a performance this weekend, and Felipe Barbosa as well.
Omar Martinez, that yesterday at the finish line injured his left ankle, but we're happy to see him back. Athletes are ready. 10 seconds. And heat 1 has started. Your lanes on lane 1, we have Maximiliano Razuk. Lane 2, Vitor Nunes. Lane 3, Omar Martinez. Lane 4, Guilherme Domingues. Lane 5, Renato Guimarães. Lane 6, Benjamin Concha. Lane 7, Felipe Barbosa. Lane 8, Marcos Alves. Lane 9, Maximiliano Arigossi. Lane 10, Giseu Costa Jr.
We have a 13-minute time cap.
The Copa Sur CrossFit Semifinal is sponsored by Rain Total Body Fuel. Rain Total Body Fuel is the high-performance drink that is revolutionizing the market. An innovative, better for you and flavorful way of offering maximum performance to athletes during workouts, and is usually drunk as a pre-workout. No sugar, no artificial coloring, no artificial flavorings, 189 milligrams of natural caffeine, BCAAs, and COQ10 combined into the drink.
On your screen, we see Guilherme Domingues heading off his rower into his handstand walk.
And not far behind him, Omar Martinez, but on lane 6, Benjamin Concha.
Sprinting.
Benjamin Concha moving faster than I can run.
Omar Martinez, Vitor Nunes. Coming off that handstand walk and onto that rower like it is nobody's business.
And Omar Martinez, thankfully no signs of any limp after that left ankle injury from yesterday.
It's probably a good thing he's walking on his hands today, though.
Coming into today, after day 1 and day 2, your overall leaders. In first place is Bruno Marins with 288 points. In second place, Guilherme Malheiros, 276 points. Third place, Calian Ribeiro de Souza, 255 points. Fourth place, Benja Gutierrez, 248 points. And fifth place, Kaique Cerveni, 228 points. There are three slots available to go to the CrossFit Games in Fort Worth, Texas this August.
On your screen, we have Benjamin Concha to the left. And Omar Martinez to the right. Each trying to pull long, pull hard, and keep their heart rate under control. This second set of rowing is a 600-meter row. We see 200 meters left on the screen for Omar Martinez.
Just over 100 meters left. And you're looking at Benjamin Concha on the left side of your screen.
Omar Martinez about to close out his row and get on to that second round of handstand walks.
Benjamin Concha, the first to get on the handstand walk, if you want to call that a walk.
And Omar Martinez is effectively chasing him.
On lane 2 is Vitor Nunes. Vitor Nunes also not walking but running on those hands.
Vitor Nunes just took over second place for this heat from Omar Martinez.
And you see Benjamin Concha on lane 6, the first to get back on that row. Followed by Vitor Nunes. That's first and second place for this heat.
Maximiliano Hasuk walking back to his rower while Omar Martinez is not wasting any seconds.
And on the right side of your screen there, far right, is Renato Guimarães on lane 5.
And Guilherme Domingues getting back on his rower in lane 4.
Top of your screen is Marcos Alves, lane 8. As you're looking at Benjamin Concha on lane 6.
The time to beat globally for this workout belongs to Cole Riashaber from the U.S. at the American West Coast Classic with a 7-minute, 14-second time.
Benjamin Concha from Chile, and with a picture of Tom Hanks in Forrest Gump. Run, Concha, run.
Benjamin Concha, the youngest athlete we have on the floor at 19 years old.
Just made a fan out of me with that picture.
He's keeping an eye on his competition, though.
Yesterday, we saw Vitória CrossFit Centro Movimento be the first team to punch their tickets to the CrossFit Games, followed by AR1 CrossFit, the two teams that are going to the CrossFit Games. And today, we will find out who are the 6 athletes, 3 men, 3 women, that will join them in Fort Worth, Texas. This year's Skyhill launched the Sky is the Limit campaign. Inspired by rockets and astronauts, a range of innovative products were released. The main innovation is the Grip Inspiration 2.4, which with a completely new material has been revolutionizing the market. Other products were also launched in the same theme, such as the glittery Star Orbit belt that resembles a starry sky. For this Copa Sur, Skyhill wants everyone to shine, so today, the entire site has free shipping for purchases over 369 reais. Take advantage of this offer during the Copa Sur. Stay tuned to Skyhill's Instagram for daily giveaways. And for Skyhill, the sky is the limit when we talk about protection and comfort. As you see, Benjamin Concha
is done.
with 8 minutes and 1 second.
Taking over the world record. Vitor Nunes in a close second.
And a race there for third place with Maximiliano Razuk finishing in third.
Oh, I spoke too soon. The world record is 7:14. But Benjamin Concha, without a doubt, set the bar very high for the rest of this workout for the men.
And you're looking at lane 8 is Marcos Alves.
Guilherme Domingues also through, as is lane 9, Maximiliano Arigossi.
And finishing now is Felipe Barbosa. You're watching Renato Guimarães on lane 5. $12 to go and plenty of time.
We have not even reached the 10-minute mark.
Renato Guimarães limping a little bit, hopping on one foot at the very end there. And we hope he's okay.
We're at 10 minutes and all athletes have finished the workout.
As you're looking at Benjamin Concha, who put on a show. He was supposed to walk on his hands, but apparently he didn't get the memo and he just sprinted the whole way. We're about ready to go to Fabio Brocco.
Garantizar un alto puntaje en este momento puede marcar la diferencia en este tramo final. ¿Cómo esto te ayuda a afrontar las próximas?
Bueno, yo esto lo tenía ya hace un tiempo en mente. Hace este tiempo sabía que podía ser un buen WOD para mí y sabía que este último día podría ser mejor que los demás. Así que por ese lado estoy tranquilo y tratando de ganar fuerza para los siguientes eventos.
Enhorabuena, muchas gracias. Rómpala y vamos para la próxima batería.
We just watched Heat 1, an individual event for the men athletes, as the judges are getting into position to welcome the athletes of Heat 2. Benjamin Concha putting on a show in Heat 1 with an unofficial time of 8 minutes and 1 second. And just like the women's workout event, this is for time with a time cap of 13 minutes, 400-meter row, 96-foot handstand walk, then 600-meter row, 120-foot handstand walk, then 800-meter row, 72-foot handstand walk, and each section is 12 feet.
The world record is 7 minutes and 14 seconds. from the West Coast Classic. Cole Gria Shaver.
And coming into today's events, your overall leader is Bruno Marins with 288 points, followed by Guilherme Malheiros with 276, and Calian Ribeiro de Souza, 255 points in third place. There are 3 slots to go to the CrossFit Games. On the outside looking in fourth place is Benja Gutierrez with 248 points. And in fifth place, Kaique Cerveni, 228 points. Yesterday, you saw Vitória CrossFit Centro Movimento and AR1 CrossFit Mayhem Unity punch their tickets to the CrossFit Games. As you're looking at your lane assignments, who do we have to watch out for here?
I would venture to say we really want to keep an eye on Edgar Pereira, Matheus Ferro, and Tainan Beraldo. If Heat 1 is any indication of what we were about to see on the floor for Heat 2, we're in for a ride.
It has been pretty thrilling so far, I must say. After the women, especially in the last heat, put on a show. And this first heat with Benjamin Concha running on his hands.
Event 4 has been a very interesting way to start your Sunday.
As we wait for the athletes, the judges are at the ready. The Copa Sur is sponsored by Northern Spirit. Northern Spirit, the official sponsor of the CrossFit Semifinals apparel. They have a big stand at the competition designed by 3D Idea, another sponsor of the event. At the stand, people may come to get their hair braided and also get stickers. The brand, implemented in 2013, was founded by Nikias Carrison in France, quickly establishing itself as a leader in the cross-training world. They were the first global supplier of CrossFit that came to our semifinal, providing the apparel of the athletes, event team, and also selling the products. As the athletes are pouring into the arena and getting into position. With 1 minute to start the event, let's look at our lane assignments. We have on lane 1 is Danilo Moreira, lane 2, Lucas Amantia, lane 3, Nicolas Bedon, lane 4, Edgar Pereira Carvalho, lane 5, Marcos Moreira, lane 6, Tainan Beraldo Tomá, lane 7, José Valenzuela, lane 8, Matheus Romão, lane 9, Matheus Ferro, and lane 10, Victor Amancio. Ten seconds. And Heat 2 has started. There will be 2 more heats after this one for the men in Event 4. On the far left of your screen is Lucas Amantia. And on lane 3, Nicolas Bedon. Nicolas Bedon representing CrossFit Hell's Kitchen. The Gordon Ramsay Show.
It probably feels like a kitchen right now, as hot as it is in Rio today. And that floor, after 4 women's heats and 1 men's heat, is probably feeling quite warm under those lights.
You can see by the majority of the athletes choosing to go shirtless. We usually see athletes take off their shirts during the workout. Well, not this time.
They are just going for it. This second heat promises to have some very interesting takeovers, I think. We
As
just
you
need to keep an eye on them.
As we see most judges with their hands up.
Matheus
And-
Romão coming off that rower first and getting onto his hands with no rep right at the get-go.
And on lane 6, Tainan Thomas moving fast.
He is running across that floor.
And on lane 5, the current heat leader is Marcos Moreira, representing CrossFit Hallandale Beach.
And he is through and back to his rower.
The first on the row.
This is going to be a very interesting event.
And now we have 5 athletes on the row, 6.
Taking deep breaths to make sure his heart rate stays in check for this 600-meter row and longest section of handstand walking that these men have today, which is 120 feet.
All athletes are now rowing. The Copa Sur CrossFit Semifinal is sponsored by Skyhill. Skyhill is launching a new grip, the Copa Sur edition. Free delivery today. Get yours, scan that QR code. Also check out their new space-themed products.
Marcos Moreira looking to his left and to his right to see where the competition is on that rower and determine just how hard he needs to pull on that rower to get those meters done and out of the way. He's got 150 meters left before heading back out for that 120-foot handstand walk.
Just under 50 meters to go for Marcos Moreira. And he is up. He started his handstand walk. Not far behind him is lane 3, Nicolas Bedon.
Marcos Moreira is sprinting. Almost looks like he's riding a bicycle.
Using those feet to gain momentum. Marcos Moreira, although he was followed closely by Nicolas Bedon, he is increasing that gap now with that kind of a pace.
Marcos Moreira, another athlete that we are seeing here today that has switched out his feet for hands.
And he's back on the row.
We are just now approaching the 5-minute mark for a workout that has a 13-minute time cap. The world record for this workout.
Nicolas Bedon, the second athlete to get on the row.
The world record for this workout is 7 minutes and 14 seconds. Marcos Moreira taking very deep breaths as he hits that last 800-meter row.
And we have 5 athletes on the row, and now 6. Athletes have to row 800 meters.
You see Nicolas Bedon in lane 3 and Tainan Beraldo in lane 6.
And on lane 4, you see Edgar Carvalho having a little bit of trouble at the bottom of your screen there with his handstand walk. Edgar Carvalho makes it to his row.
400 meters for Marcos Moreira. He's halfway through on that row. And another 400 meters for Nicolas Bedon.
Marcos Moreira, your temporary leader of this heat. We'll see who approaches the handstand walk first. Marcos Moreira reaching, getting close to his 800 meters.
We are at 7 minutes 30.
With just under 50 meters to go for Marcos Moreira.
And he finishes his final row.
And Marcos Moreira, no trouble with the handstand walk. The final one as the crowd gets behind him and pushes him a little further.
Straight shot, no breaks, no hesitation. And he is through and done.
With an unofficial time of 8 minutes and 12 seconds, Marcos Moreira putting on a little show. And you're looking at lane 3, Nicolas Bedon.
Again, no issues whatsoever. He's through.
8 minutes and 34 seconds for Nicolas Bedon, unofficially.
On your screen, we have Vitor Amancio. And in lane 2, we see Lucas Amantia getting close to that finish line.
On lane 9, we just saw Matheus Ferro finish, and Lucas Amantia just finished.
With 3 more athletes heading towards the end of their workout.
Lane 6 about to cross that finish line. That is Tainan Beraldo Toma. Followed by lane 8, Matheus Romão. And lane 7, José Valenzuela from CrossFit LD. You're now looking at lane 4, Edgar Pereira Carvalho. With just over 3 minutes.
The crowd is cheering him on to push him to the end.
Edgar chooses to restart that section before he gets too far in. And on the bottom of your screen is Danilo Moreira. But he has to backtrack.
No wrap in lane 4 for Edgar Pereira.
And Edgar Pereira is through to the finish. And Danilo Moreira.
All athletes are now on the red.
And you're looking at Marcos Moreira, the leader of this heat, with an unofficial time of 8 minutes and 12 seconds, which puts him in 3rd place after heats 1 and 2 in this event. And we are getting ready to go to Fábio Broco.
Já estou aqui. Marcos Moreira, de Hallandale, Flórida, para o Rio de Janeiro. Para quem não sabe, a galera aqui, né, na transmissão foi informado, você é o coach que treina na hora vaga. Você, né, não faz uma planilha especificamente, treina quando dá, e não é a primeira semifinal. Acredito que o Rafa lá, eu conheço o pessoal da Gator CrossFit, está muito feliz, mas eu queria que você compartilhasse com a gente as dificuldades, porque mesmo assim, você está aqui e agora está dando uma entrevista por ganhar um hit.
Sim, claro. Primeiramente, eu queria agradecer a torcida, minha família que está aqui presente, a galera lá da box que me apoiou, me suporta muito para vir estar aqui, competir, representar a minha academia que eu amo tanto, que foi o motivo de eu sair do Brasil, foi para estar lá com eles há 5 anos atrás, 2018, e desde então eu estou lá, vim crescendo como coach. Hoje eu sou programador da academia e eu tenho um cuidado muito especial com meus atletas, somos mais de quase 400 membros, então meu dever principal é como treinador, coach, programador. E na hora que eu tenho livre, eu faço um treino de 30 minutos, 1 hora, tento conciliar 2 sessões ao dia, mas é o que que é a questão de prioridades. A minha prioridade agora é crescer profissionalmente e estar aqui presente também, representando, dando o meu melhor, esse show aqui que é o Copa Sul.
É isso aí, então, muito obrigado, vamos para a próxima bateria.
And we're getting ready to start Heat 3 as we look at the standings after 3 events. Bruno Marins in first place, 288 points. Then Guilherme Malheiros with 276, and Calian Ribeiro with 255. There are 3 spots to go to the CrossFit Games, and Benja Gutierrez with 249 on the outside looking in. And in 5th place, Kaique Cerveni, 228 points. The judges are taking their positions to start Heat 3 of 4 in this first event, individual event 4. And yesterday we saw Vitória CrossFit Centro Movimento place first and punch their tickets to the CrossFit Games, followed by AR1. As we're looking at the lanes here, who do we look out for here?
Definitely want to keep an eye on Anderon. Definitely want to keep an eye on Bruno Diniz. João Barba and Augustin Hichami are all athletes that we want to keep an eye on. This has the makings of takeover heat, with athletes flip-flopping between first, second, and third place.
That should be very exciting. We've seen some exciting heats this far. Probably headlined by the 2-woman race between Vitória Campos and Emily Andrade.
That was the performance to beat today. That was the performance that we want to see redone, because that was
exhilarating.
Much better than any Marvel film. And I'm a Marvel fan, so that's saying a lot.
Kelly with the controversial takes. And the athletes are pouring into the arena for Heat 3. You're looking at Anderon Primo on lane 1. We have Bruno Diniz on lane 2. Lane 3 is Williams Hughes. Lane 4 is Caio Nascimento. Lane 5 is Lucas da Rosa. Lane 6 is Thalisson Martins. Lane 7, Nicolás Canil. Lane 8, João Borba. Lane 9, Agustin Richelme. And lane 10, Luciano Souza. Anderon Primo out of CrossFit Bauru, Angar. 30 seconds. Ten seconds. And heat 3 has officially begun. This is for time with a time cap of 13 minutes. It's a 400-meter row, then a 96-foot handstand walk, then 600-meter row, 120-foot handstand walk, 800-meter row, 72-foot handstand walk. Each section is 12 feet for a total of 1,800 meters or just over 1 mile.
Athletes have 13 minutes to finish this workout, but the best time we have seen so far is 8 minutes and 1 from Benjamin Concha in Heat 1. And the overall record to beat belongs to Cole Grieshaber in the U.S. at the American West Coast Classic with 7 minutes and 14 seconds.
And we have seen athletes proceed to their first 96-foot handstand walk very close together with not a lot separating them.
And we see athletes bolting off of that rower onto the floor.
And the first to get on that handstand is Thaleson Martins on lane 6.
Lucas da Rosa is chasing everybody. And we have a three-way happening in the center of your screen between Lucas da Rosa, Caio Nascimento, and Thaleson Martins. Lucas da Rosa taking the slight lead to get back on his rower. And he is off. Folks, hold on to your seats. This is going to be good.
You see all athletes on the row now. They now have to row for 600 meters. We have 3 events today. 3 events today. And at the end of the day, we will know who's going to the CrossFit Games. We have 3 slots for men and 3 slots for women.
You are watching Heat 3 for the men for Event 4. Lucas da Rosa looking extremely determined.
Caio Nascimento on the left side of your screen.
We're at 3 minutes. Athletes controlling their breathing. This is a endurance workout as well as high skill gymnastics. The more you can control your heart rate, the better you can execute a complex movement.
You're looking at what was a 3-man race for the lead in Heat 3. Lane 4, 5, and 6 finished their handstand walks almost at the same time.
Hand in the air for Lucas da Rosa, followed by Caio Nascimento. and Thaleson Martins. Lucas da Rosa off for his longest handstand walk, 120 feet.
And Lucas da Rosa
Running. Lucas da Rosa is running.
increasing his lead. And we see on lane 1, Anderon Primo.
Lucas da Rosa opening quite the lead in this event.
And he is the first to go back to his row.
He is wasting no time.
And it's a fight for second place.
Anderon Primo already back. Simultaneously with Caio Nascimento, it is now a battle for second.
But also on lane 9, we had Augustin Richelme also make it to that row close to Caio Nascimento and Anderon Primo. Lucas da Rosa from CrossFit Remo Rio Verde.
Lucas da Rosa, an athlete who lives and trains at CrossFit Alain in Dubai.
And that is lane 1, Anderon Primo on your screen.
.300 meters. Their final row is 800 meters.
Lucas da Rosa just passing his 400-meter mark. The Copa Sur CrossFit Semifinal is sponsored by Skyhill. Skyhill is launching a new grip, the Copa Sur Edition. Free delivery on purchases over 369 reais. Lucas da Rosa passing 600 meters. You're looking at Anderon Primo on the left side of your screen. Anderon Primo, who came in second.
We are approaching the 7-minute mark on this workout.
And about 80 meters separating both of them.
Time to be in this workout at Copa Sur is 8 minutes and 1 second. Will we see a new record from Lucas da Rosa? He is off his rower.
Lucas da Rosa with no trouble. 24 feet to go. 12 feet to go.
He's
and
through.
He steps on the red with an unofficial time of 7 minutes and 53 seconds, which is a current event first place, Kelly.
Very, very impressive work from Lucas da Rosa. We see Anderon Primo over in second and Augustin Richelme in third. Caio Nascimento coming in fourth place. And we see some brotherly love happening between Lucas and Anderon.
Lucas da Rosa grabbing that Rio Grande do Sul flag, a state that has been suffering from massive flooding here in Brazil. This is lane 2 on your screen, Bruno Diniz.
We have lane 8, João Barba, coming off his rower onto his last handstand walk.
With just under 4 minutes to go.
And in lane 10, Luciano Souza also starting his final lap.
And Bruno Diniz makes it through.
João Barba slowly but steadily making his way to the finish line, taking a quick break. We're at 9 minutes 30.
On lane 10 is Luciano Souza. Top of your screen as João Barba makes it through. And Luciano is through.
And once again, all athletes are on the red, well under the 13-minute time cap.
As you watch the replay of Lucas da Rosa running on his third and fourth legs, apparently, as he was sprinting towards that finish line with an unofficial time of 7 minutes and 53 seconds. He is currently the leader of this event. And we're getting ready to go to Fabio Brocco.
Obrigado. O ponto disse com calma, porque eles ficam me apressando. Beijo, galera da transmissão, vocês são importantes. Olha só, você estava ali dançando. Eu tive, já que a patrocinadora global é francesa, um déjà vu. 2022 em Vitória, nós tivemos uma prova muito semelhante de handstand walk e o remo. Você e Anderon ali fazendo a prova, vocês celebrando, você pulou ali, deu uma dançada. Cara, você é a alegria, muita gente torce por você. A gente sabe também, assim como Luísa, né, você está fora do país, mas acredito que estar aqui no piso da Copa Sur, no seu país, e hoje também você é gaúcho, né, representando aqui o seu estado, tem feito um trabalho muito interessante no seu Insta, que eu acompanhei. Eu acho que isso tudo é muito importante para você. Eu queria que você compartilhasse tudo que está passando aí para a galera de casa.
Eu estou muito emocionado, eu não consigo nem falar muito sobre o Rio Grande do Sul, porque eu acabo perdendo as palavras, então eu não vou comentar muito, mas nós ainda precisamos da ajuda de vocês, de cada um do que está aqui. O Rio Grande ainda precisa muito da ajuda de vocês, ainda não acabou, a gente tem muito ainda para batalhar. E sobre a competição, está sendo muito bom estar aqui, novamente com o Anderon na arena, nós dois brigando, como sempre, desde 2014, a gente está nessa arena junto, então dividir a arena com ele, brigar, batalhar mais uma prova com ele é muito bom.
Agora, temos mais 2 provas. Como é que está a cabeça e o que a gente pode esperar de Lucas da Rosa?
Bom, tem a prova do snatch, uma prova boa, gosto, eu quero fazer ela, mas se eu fizer na bateria principal, galera, vocês têm que gritar por mim por último, beleza? Mas a última também é uma prova boa, tem os landes, quero fazer também, espero estar na bateria principal depois desse evento. Se eu estiver na bateria principal vai ser muito bom, estar junto com os meninos, mais uma vez na arena.
É isso aí, agora o novo tempo a ser batido, Lucas da Rosa. Vamos então para a última bateria.
And we're back and we're getting ready for the final heat of individual event 4. with the men athletes, as you saw Lucas da Rosa get a little emotional as he was talking about his home state of Rio Grande do Sul. And your standings after 2 days of competition, you have Bruno Marins in first place with 288 points, then Guilherme Malheiros in second place with 276 points, and in third place, Calian Ribeiro de Souza with 255 points. On the outside looking in is Benja Gutierrez with 249 points, and Kaique Cerveni in fifth place with 228 points. And these athletes will be in this last heat, and it'll be a heat to watch, Kelly.
This heat was already a heat to watch yesterday between Bruno Marins, Guilherme Malheiros, and Calian, and I am just expecting a party between the three of them. However, I think that in this heat, we also have to keep an eye on Kaique Cerveni and João Pedro Barcelos. We're in for a treat. We're absolutely in for a treat.
As the judges are taking their positions, and you're watching the crowd dancing.
Energy is already high for this heat. We're about to see something amazing, and the crowd is expecting a performance. And I think we can expect this arena to get very, very loud.
As we welcome the athletes into the arena floor. This is for time with a time cap of 13 minutes. 400-meter row, 96-foot handstand walk. Then 600-meter row, 120-foot handstand walk. Then 800-meter row, 72-foot handstand walk. Each section, 12 feet. As we look at the lane assignments, on lane 1 is Juan Ignacio Svorosini. Lane 2 is Martin Afonso Fuentes. Lane 3 is Kaique Cerveni. Lane 4 is Calian Ribeiro de Souza. Lane 5, Bruno Marins. Lane 6, Guilherme Malheiros. Lane 7, Benja Gutierrez. Lane 8, Henrique Moreira. Lane 9, João Pedro Barcelos. And lane 10, Juan Diego Tobon. 30 seconds.
The crowd is clapping in sync as they get ready for this final heat of event 4.
You're looking at Bruno Marins, your overall leader, coming into this last day of competition. And the final heat of individual event 4 has officially started. Athletes have to do a 400-meter row.
This is a test of endurance and high-skill gymnastics. We've seen quite a few athletes swapping out their feet for hands in this event and bolting across that arena floor. Bruno Marins looking cool, calm, and collected to start this workout.
Guilherme Malheiros would be to his direct left. Guilherme Malheiros in second place. And to his right is Calian Ribeiro de Souza, who's currently in third place.
For the time being, the event time to beat here at Copa Sur is 7 minutes and 53 seconds from Lucas da Rosa in previous heat 3.
And the hand is up for Bruno Marins. But the first athlete on that handstand walk is Kaique Cerveni.
And
it is tight.
They are all running. Gui Malheiros is speeding up.
And the crowd is going wild.
As is Calian. He will be the first back on his rower, closely followed by Guilherme Malheiros.
Kalian sprinting to his row. Kalian in first, Guilherme Malheiros in second, and Kaique Cerveni in third. And just now, Bruno Marins getting on his row.
As tight as this competition is between these three men specifically, it's very much about maintaining a very concentrated mindset on what you have to do, on what is the task at hand, and not get distracted.
As you watch Kalian Souza doing his row for 600 meters. Kalian, who went to the CrossFit Games last year. You're looking at your overall leaders on your screen. Third place, Kalian, lane 4. First place, Bruno Marins. And second place, Guilherme Malheiros on lane 6. And on the far right of your screen is Benja Gutierrez on lane 7. Benja Gutierrez is overall in 4th place.
These men now have to finish a 600-meter row before heading out for their longest handstand walk of 120 feet.
Kalian with just under 70 meters to go.
And 600 meters is done for Kalian as he goes back out to the floor.
Kalian doing his handstand walk, and the crowd is on its feet.
The entire arena is getting very, very loud at this moment as Kalian absolutely demolishes these 120 feet.
Kalian almost already back to his row, as Guilherme Malheiros and Kaique Cerveni are fighting for second place. Kalian sprinting to his row.
Kalian now faces the longest row, 800 meters. Enough time to control his breath.
And just now, Gui Malheiros gets on the row and Kaique Cerveni gets on the row. Kalian Ribeiro de Souza on your screen and pulling ahead. And on the bottom of your screen is Kaique Cerveni.
We are just reaching 5 minutes. Men have a 13-minute time cap to finish this workout.
Bruno Marins just getting back on the row. Kalian leading this heat. Kaique Cerveni on the bottom of your screen in third place in the heat. And Guilherme Malheiros on the top right of your screen, currently second place for Heat 4. Kalian staring at that little screen. This is the last 800-meter row.
Kalian is known for having one of the best row paces in the country, as well as one of the best handstand walks. So he probably came into this event very, very happy and very excited.
Probably has this event circled as he passes the 500-meter mark.
The time to beat here at Copa Sur is currently 7 minutes and 53 seconds from Lucas da Rosa. And the overall time to beat is 7 minutes 14, set by Cole Greashaber at the American West Coast Classic.
150 meters for Kalian. Guilherme Malheiros on the left side of your screen.
Calhão with just over 50 meters to finish his final row.
And just over 7 minutes.
The crowd gets on their feet. The entire arena is now standing.
Calhão about ready to start his handstand walk. And he has slowed down just a little bit, but the crowd is pushing him. And he's all alone. And just now, Gui Malheiros is starting his handstand walk as Calhão has 12 feet left. He needs to step on the red, and he steps on the red with 7 minutes and 36 seconds.
And he is done establishing the new record here at Copa Sur with Guilherme Malheiros done as well. What an electric finish.
And Kaique Cerveni with 7:54.
The energy in the arena is absolutely wild at this moment. In lane 8, we just saw Henrique Moreira finish, and in lane 1, Juan Ignacio. Second lane, we have Martin Alfonso and Bruno Marins, your current overall leader, finishing.
And what a performance by Calhão Ribeiro with an unofficial time of 7 minutes and 36 seconds as you watch him on the replay. With Gui Malheiros not far behind him, about 10 seconds later. This is the end of event 4.
E agora, com esse resultado todo, a gente vai ter que ver com o scoring aqui, vai mudar bastante e você vai chegar ainda mais com o ticket preso nas mãos. Prova de snatch vindo em seguida, muita gente reclamando das pernas, campeonato, né? A gente sabe que vai dar aquela desgastada, mas o que você ainda tem guardado pra gente, pra torcida que tá aqui, ó, toda agora, cheio de câmera, a galera aqui toda olhando. O que você tem pra gente até o final do dia?
Duas provas a mais para ir aí. Até agora eu ganhei 3, né? Então, estou me sentindo muito bem, muito feliz com a minha performance. Eu e o Bruno, a gente testou essa prova do snatch junto também. A gente empatou com um tempo absurdo. Então, fica tranquilo que a gente vai dar show para vocês aqui ainda.
É isso aí, chega mais perto aqui, ó. É isso aí, um show do Calhão para vocês. Agora vamos voltar para as meninas, né? Porque ainda tem muita prova. Valeu!
competição me trouxe uma visão completamente diferente.
Eu venho utilizando todos os recursos que são disponíveis para a gente dentro da metodologia.
A parte de ser especialista em recovery traz esse diferencial para você.
Foi a virada de chave na minha carreira profissional por conta de todo o apoio e especialização que eles proporcionam para nós.
E com certeza hoje foi uma das melhores escolhas que fiz na minha vida.
Back here at the CrossFit Copa Sul semifinal, we just watched individual event 4, and it was, Kelly, exhilarating throughout.
It was. From the very first heat of the women to the very last heat of the men, we saw some extraordinary performances and some very interesting races.
Amazing races on heat 4 with the women, with Emily Andrade crossing that line with 9 minutes and 22 seconds, but racing Vitória Campos there at the end and pulling ahead just by a little bit, just by 3 seconds.
It was literally just like swapping out finger distances. They were neck and neck on the row, basically rowing simultaneously, getting onto that floor at the exact same time for those handstand walks. And everybody was holding their breath, and that was the best example of what a CrossFit competition has to offer. It was beautiful.
The women athletes provided us with amazing entertainment. On heat 3, Luisa Marques also put on a show with 9 minutes and 35 seconds unofficially. And then we moved on to the men, and you just saw in that last heat, Kalian, Guilherme, and Kaique Cerveni.
That was a battle of the best right there, because we had all of these men wasting absolutely no time whatsoever on that row and not even thinking twice before getting upside down and literally sprinting across the arena. We saw so many athletes just like swap out their hands for their feet and just bolt. We see that athletes have really been training and fine-tuning a very high-skill movement, which is the handstand walk. And in an event like this, it is an endurance event, it's a cardio event, but it's a very high-skill workout. If you have that fine-tuned, you're going to do great. If it still needs work, with this volume, it's going to be a challenge. And we saw athletes have put in the work.
And you saw Kalian Ribeiro there in the very last heat for the men athletes cross that finish line with an unofficial time of 7 minutes and 36 seconds. One of the best in the world. We still have 2 more events to find out the 3 slots for men and 3 slots for women. Stay tuned.
Galera, aí vocês estão vendo a premiação do Copa Sur Community. Tá rolando lá fora, na área dos estandes. Na verdade, numa área de treino e clínicas que a gente está tendo aqui na Copa Sur esse ano. Nosso diretor tá diretamente de lá, em loco.
Com o celular dele filmando, então por isso que a câmera não tá tão boa assim, com a imagem tão boa. Ele tá com a câmera dele porque é do lado de fora da arena, não é onde estão os nossos câmeras, então assim, ele tá mesmo divulgando todo mundo que conseguiu competir e disputar um pouquinho dessa community.
Exatamente, exatamente. A gente volta daqui a alguns instantes com uma prova que promete fortes emoções.
Primeira bateria do feminino para a prova de snatch ladder, que é uma escada de snatch crescente.
Fiquem ligados.
Ok.
And we are back. This is the last day of competition here at the Copa Sur semifinal. And the Copa Sur semifinal is sponsored by Brave, the official supplier of the biggest CrossFit event in South America, supplying the best line of fitness equipment on the market. We just watched individual event 4, and we're getting ready to start individual event 5. We will have 5 heats for women and 5 heats for men this time around instead of 4. And the reason we're doing this is for safety reasons. You will see on the arena floor, we need the space. And that's why we'll have 8 athletes instead of 10. As you're looking at the standings after 4 events, Vitória Campos leading with 373 points. In second place, Julia Cato with 346. Emily Andrade in third place with 328, tied with Andrea Pinheiro, also 328. And Lucia Viretti in fifth place with 304 points. This individual event 5 is the second to last event of the day. You're listening to the English broadcast of the Copa Sur semifinals. I'm Lucas Olivieri, and I'm joined by Kelly Z commentating, and we will have on the floor Fabio Brocco interviewing the athletes after their heats. We have one more event after this, and that last event will tell us who is going to the CrossFit Games in Fort Worth, Texas, to join the 2 teams that punched their tickets yesterday, and that is Vitória CrossFit Centrum Movimento in first place and AR1. As you see, individual event 5. And individual event 5 is 4-time with an overall time cap of 11 minutes. It's a decreasing snatch ladder with increasing load with a time cap for each set we'll be subtracting two snatches and adding 10 pounds. 10 snatches with 2 minutes and 135 pounds, then 8 snatches with 4 minutes and 145 pounds, and 6 snatches with 6 minutes and 155 pounds, 4 snatches, 8 minutes, 165 pounds, and 2 snatches, 11 minutes, 175 pounds. What do we have to do here, Kelly?
We need to look for some skill and strength. Anything that involves a snatch ladder is always a crowd favorite. It's exhilarating to see men and women lifting heavy weight. It's always just fun. But for a snatch ladder, you have to maintain concentration, focus, and skill, especially the heavier that it gets. And these women and these men are limited by time for each of these blocks. You have to complete 10 movements by 2 minutes, another 8 by 4, and progressively finish under the stipulated time cap for each of these loads.
As we welcome in the athletes for our first of 5 heats. And you're looking at your lane assignments. In lane 1, we have Agustina Corradini. In lane 2, Maria Victoria Martinez. Lane 3, Abigail Spinelli. Lane 4, Gabriela Lucchi. Lane 5, Oranza Carrillo. Lane 6, Yadira Alba Castaño. Lane 7, Agustina Altamirano. Who do we look out for here, Kelly?
This is just going to be an interesting event from the Argentinian athletes overall. Gabriela Lucchi has been suffering with a little bit of lower back pain throughout the weekend, so hopefully she can manage to make it to the end of the workout.
Athletes are getting in position. "30 seconds. "10 seconds to start. And heat 1, the first heat in individual event 5, is officially underway.
You see here 135 pounds for the women on your screen, which is about 61 kilos. They have 10 reps of squat snatches to do.
And you can see that lane 1 and lane 10 have been blocked off. And those bars are alternating on the arena floor, and that is for safety reasons, because those bars are really, really long. As we have multiple hands up. One minute to go on that first time cap of 2 minutes.
We already see our first athlete moving forward for her second weight on the bar, which is 145 pounds or 65 kilos. Now here, what's important to constitute a valid rep is hitting depth on that squat and full extension at the end of the movement before you drop that barbell. Anything aside from that will be a no rep. Ten seconds left on the clock to finish the first set of 10 squat snatches at 135 pounds. Athletes now have up to minute 4 to complete another 8 squat snatches at 145 pounds. This is a speed ladder, so you do want to get through these reps as fast as you can. These are very short 2-minute time caps for each block of snatches.
You're looking at lane 2. That is Agustina Corradini.
The global time to beat for this workout belongs to Olivia Kerstetter at the American West Coast Classic with a time of 3 minutes and 58 seconds. Olivia being one of the youngest competitors out on that competition floor.
They have 40 seconds to advance. And as you see on the top of your screen on the right side, that is Agustina Altamirano.
For the next set, athletes have to complete 6 squat snatches at 155 pounds or 70 kilos by minute 6.
On the bottom of your screen, advancing her barbell is Agustina. The top of your screen is actually Agustina Altamirano, and then on the bottom of your screen is the other Agustina Corradini.
We see 3 athletes only advancing the barbell to the next stage. They have until minute 6. Athletes have 30 total squat snatches to complete in this workout.
The Copa Sur CrossFit Semifinal is sponsored by Skyhill. Skyhill is launching a new grip, the Copa Sur edition. It looks like the Copacabana sidewalk. Get yours today. There's free delivery today. Scan the QR code, treat yourself, and treat your friends. On the bottom left corner of your screen is Agustina Corradini.
"30 seconds left on the timer to complete the 6 squat snatches at 155 pounds. Agustina is through to the 4th and penultimate set of squat snatches at 165 pounds.
As you see athletes moving on to the second barbell.
They now have until minute 8 to complete 4 squat snatches at 165.
And you're watching Agustina Altamirano on your screen. They have 8 minutes.
We only have 3 athletes on the floor who have made it to the penultimate snatch weight of 165 pounds or 75 kilos.
With just 1 minute to go.
She is under and she's up. 1 rep left for Agustina before moving on to the last barbell.
1 rep left for both Agustinas on the bottom of your screen and the top of your screen.
We see a no rep. And she stands it up.
And that is Agustina Coraldini.
Both Augustinas moving together to the last barbell, which is 175 pounds. They have until 11 minutes to complete 2 squat snatches.
And on lane 6, Oranza Carillo only has 4 seconds. And that is time for Oranza Carillo. And we're left with the 2 Augustinas. On the bottom of your screen is Agustina Coraldini, and on the top of your screen is Agustina Altamirano. The left side of your screen, just one left. Calling for the support of the crowd, and the crowd, of course, delivering as always.
Arena Carioca 1 has been nothing short of supportive for every single athlete this weekend. She is through.
And she thanks the crowd.
Just under 9 minutes.
8 minutes and 53 seconds, the unofficial time for Agustina Coraldini, your Heat 1 leader.
And the crowd is clapping.
Still just 1 rep for Agustina Altamirano, but plenty of time, 1 minute and 30 seconds to execute that rep.
And the crowd comes in to support. So close. She has just over a minute left. Now is the moment that you want to focus, take your time, make sure you have a good starting position to get under that bar quickly, effectively, stable.
Getting quite the push from the crowd as they clap their hands and eat their pizzas.
And
she
she's
is through!
The crowd goes absolutely wild as she completes her last rep.
With an unofficial time of 10 minutes and 29 seconds. The crowd helping raise that barbell at the very last second. And you're looking at the Agustina show. The only 2 athletes to finish this heat. Agustina Coraldini on your screen, followed by Agustina Altamirano, as we're getting ready for Fabio Brocco on the floor.
Felicitaciones. Tras 4 eventos muy agotadores, creo que los hombros, los muslos están muy fatigados. El quinto evento, bajo mucho agotamiento, ¿cuáles son los retos de hacer una prueba como esta?
Y al ser el snatch algo tan técnico, cuando te falla literalmente todo el cuerpo, es tirar y rezar de que te caiga arriba de la cabeza, pero bueno, funcionó.
Y ahora nosotros tenemos una prueba, ¿cómo vamos a verla acá?
¿En la próxima? Sí, me gusta mucho, así que bueno, muy lindas pruebas para terminar el fin de semana.
É isso, muitas graças, felicitações. Vamos então para a próxima prova.
And we're back and we're about ready to start Heat 2 and Event 5, the individual Event 5 for the women. As we're looking at the lane assignments, Kelly, who do we watch out for here?
Definitely want to keep an eye on Bruna Berbel. We want to keep an eye on Montserrat Bentancur, Juliana Cavalec, and Larissa Tramonchin. Athletes have very short time caps to complete these squat snatches. So even though it is a matter of speed, it's also a matter of precision and patience.
As you're looking at your screen now, that is Augustina Altamirano, who finished with the time, an official time of 10 minutes and 29 seconds. Only 2 athletes finished the workout, the event, in Heat 1. And your lane assignments for Heat 2. On lane 2, we have Jessica Matos. On lane 3, we have Victoria Monge. On lane 4, it's Larissa Tramonchin. Lane 5, Carolina Martinez. Lane 6, Bruna Berbel. Lane 7, Juliana Cavalec. Lane 8, Montserrat Bentancur. Lane 9, Fabiane Carvalho. The judges are in position, and the athletes are just warming up a little bit as they're looking at Bruna Berbel from CrossFit Le Huit.
And Bruna Berbel sporting a Bruna Baxis shirt, who had to apparently withdraw from the competition due to some pain earlier today.
Just a few seconds to start. 10 seconds. And Heat 2 has officially begun.
Athletes have 10 squat snatches to complete at 135 pounds by the 2-minute mark. Once they are completed with their 10 reps, they can move on to the second set of 8 at 145 pounds.
And the hand is up for Bruna Berbel.
No issues so far for any of these athletes.
The hand is also up for Jessica Matos on lane 2.
Bruna Berbel going touch and go with these squat snatches at 135.
And she has 1 rep left as we are past the halfway mark on this first time cap. But advancing first is Jessica Matos.
Athletes now load their barbell with 145 pounds. Carolina Martinez also moving forward. Athletes have 30 seconds left. Bruna Berbel moving her bar. We have multiple athletes moving on to the second set of squat snatches.
But with 15 seconds to go on that first time cap, every athlete has now advanced. And we're now dealing with a time cap of 4 minutes. The Copa Sur CrossFit Semifinal is sponsored by Skyhill. Skyhill is launching a new grip, the Copa Sur edition. They also have new products that are space-themed, including belts. Scan the QR code. We have 1 minute and 30 seconds left on that 4-minute time cap. And you're watching Jessica Matos on the bottom left of your screen.
Bruna Berbel once again hitting that barbell touch and go for 145 pounds.
Jessica Matos with just 1 rep to go. And Jessica Matos advancing.
See a no rep for Vitória Monge.
Jessica Matos putting 155 pounds on that barbell.
Bruna Berbel snatching touch and go for 3 reps. Before moving forward, athletes have 25 seconds on the clock to finish their 8 reps. Jessica Matos starts her set of 6 squat snatches at 155 pounds or 70 kilos.
And with 5 seconds left on that 4-minute time cap, we might have athletes eliminated.
We see 2 athletes moving forward just in the nick of time, Larissa Tramontin and Carolina Martinez.
And on lane 3, Vitória Monge could not complete her reps before that 4-minute time cap. And on lane 9, Fabiane Carvalho also could not complete under the 4-minute time cap. Jessica Matos advancing.
She now has 4 squat snatches at 165 pounds by the 8-minute mark.
Behind Jessica Matos, those athletes have a little less than 1 minute to complete under the 6-minute time cap.
Jessica Matos goes for her first rep at 165 pounds. Athletes have 30 seconds left on the clock to complete their 6 squat snatches at 155. Second rep down for Jessica Matos with 2 more to go.
Ten seconds left for those athletes that are behind Jessica Matos.
1 left for Jessica Matos at 165.
You're looking at Jessica Matos, and
she's up.
It is Jessica Matos and Bruna Berbel, the only 2 athletes that are left on the floor.
Bruna Berbel has until minute 8 to complete her 4 squat snatches at 165. She has a minute and a half left. Jessica Matos has until the 11-minute time cap to complete 2 squat snatches at 175. Bruna Berbel hitting her first rep flawless. Jessica Matos hitting that barbell with no issues. She has 1 rep left at 175 pounds.
And Bruna has 40 seconds to complete her snatches before that time cap of 8 minutes.
And the crowd is clapping.
And Jessica is done, and she hits the red with 7 minutes and 32 seconds unofficially.
The crowd raises the vibes here in the arena for Bruna Berbel. And she is through.
Bruna Bergvall now has 3 minutes to complete 2 snatches at 175 pounds.
As the audience cheers her on.
And so does Jessica Matos.
For these last 2 reps, patience and precision. And our hosts on the floor getting the audience to get Bruna Bergvall through these last 2 reps. Two minutes left on the clock. First rep done. 1 left for Bruna Bergvall.
She has 1 minute and 40 seconds to complete this last rep. And there's no reason to believe she won't do it with this support from this crowd.
And the crowd is electric. Last rep for Bruna Bergvall.
Creeping in on 10 minutes.
Patience and precision. And she asks for the energy. And
Bruna Bergvall completes her snatches to the roar of this crowd.
Dedicating her event 5 to Bruna Boxes, pointing it out on her t-shirt.
Bruna Bergvall and Jessica Matos, the only 2 athletes to complete this event in Heat 2. Jessica Matos put on quite the show with 7 minutes and 32 seconds. And after 2 heats, that is the time to beat, as we're getting ready to talk to Fabio Brocco.
Sim. Jéssica Matos. Chegou o seu momento, a gente falou isso aqui um pouquinho antes, né? A gente que conhece o seu trabalho fora da semifinal, porque você está estreando na semifinal, vê que é uma graduação. E agora você está aqui ganhando um hit numa prova dura, depois de 4 provas, né? Fazer esses levantamentos. Eu gostaria de saber como é que foi essa temporada para você e o que você leva dessa semifinal para sua vida.
Foi a minha primeira semifinal, né, na categoria individual. Ano passado eu estive em time, mas é muito diferente você estar dentro da arena sozinho, né, uma pressão a mais, primeira vez, mistura de medo, ansiedade, né, todo mundo te assistindo. E eu não tive o resultado, né, que eu trabalhei, que eu esperava nesses primeiros dias, mas hoje veio, né, e de ter ganhado essa bateria já é uma gratificação enorme, muito grande, estou muito feliz, e é isso.
Parabéns, Jéssica. Então vamos para a próxima bateria.
Let's get it now. I'm so up, I could be a pilot, be a pilot, be a pilot. I'm so up, I could be a pilot, beat. Let's get it now.
We just watched Jessica Matos put on quite the show in Heat 2 here in this individual event 5. As we get ready to start Heat 3, Kelly, who do we watch out for?
We definitely want to keep an eye on Lara Scarpini, Vivi Aiello, Isadora Marques, and Lilian Nagal. It's going to be a very interesting heat. I do believe we're going to see far more than 2 athletes crossing that finish line in this Heat 3.
And coming into this event, the standings for the women athletes. In first place is Vitória Campos with 373 points. In second place, Julia Cato with 346 points. Third place, tied, Emily Andrade, 328, tied with Andrea Pinheiro with also 328. And in fifth place, Lucia Viretti with 304 points. Your lane assignments for this heat. On lane 2, we have Kelia Marchant. Lane 3, Isadora Marques. Lane 4, Lucila Carro. Lane 5, Vivi Aiello. Lane 6, Lara Scarpini. Lane 7, Lilian Nagal. Lane 8, Isabel Davis Kiefer. Lane 9, Inara Carvalho. As we look at Vivian Aiello from Made for CrossFit.
Vivi is absolutely no stranger to the arena, having won Torneio CrossFit Brasil multiple times, participating in the TCB multiple times, as well as Copa Sur.
And Heat 3 starts. Athletes have a time cap of 2 minutes to do 10 snatches with 135 pounds on that bar.
And we see these barbells moving without a glitch. 135 pounds is no sweat for these athletes in Heat 3. We have multiple judges' hands in the air as we hit the 1 minute mark. Athletes have a total of 11 minutes to complete 30 snatches.
We'll see who advances first. And advancing first is lane 8.
Lara Scarpini.
Lane 8 is Isabel Davis. And Lara Scarpini on lane 6. And on lane 4, Lucila Carro.
Lucila Carro, who won her heat in individual event 4.
Only 4 seconds left on that first time cap of 2 minutes.
This is the third heat of 5 that we have for event 5.
And all athletes made the first time cap of 2 minutes.
Athletes are now on to 8 squat snatches at 145 pounds, 65 kilos.
They have a time cap of 4 minutes. As you see, we only have 8 lanes, and the reason being is those bars are very, very long. That's why they're alternating, and that's why lane 1 and lane 10 are blocked off for safety reasons.
Athletes have 1 minute and 10 left on the clock to complete these 8 squat snatches. If they cannot complete these squat snatches under the given time cap, that is the end of the workout.
And that is Isabel Davis on the top of your screen, advancing.
As well as Lucila Caro. Athletes now have until the 6-minute mark to complete 6 squat snatches at 155 pounds or 70 kilos. Hand in the air for Vivi Aiello.
Only 8 seconds left.
And we are at the 4-minute time cap for the 8 squat snatches at 145 pounds.
And it looks like 3 athletes didn't make the 4-minute time cap.
We have 5 athletes working on their 3rd set of 6 squat snatches at 155 pounds. They have until minute 6. They have a minute and a half left on the clock.
You're watching Isabel Davis on the right side of your screen. And Lucila Cajo on the left side. With just under 1 minute to go. And Isabel Davis advances to her 2nd bar.
The second to last set of snatches is 165 pounds with 4 reps to complete. Isabel Davis standing up her first squat snatch at 165. The only athlete now joined by Lucila Caro.
And Isadora Marques also advancing.
Lara Scarpini reaching that 2nd barbell too. Isabella Davis with her 2nd snatch.
And no athletes got eliminated by that 6-minute time cap.
Isabel Davis hitting that 3rd rep. She has 1 rep left at 165 before moving on to the final set. Two reps for Lara Scarpini.
With just over 1 minute to go on the 8-minute time cap.
Isabel Davis moving on to her last weight, 175 pounds for 2 reps.
And she has plenty of time, with the final time cap being 11 minutes.
Lara Scarpini with a massive smile on her face.
Athletes have 40 seconds left on that 8-minute cap. And advancing on lane 3 is Isadora Marques.
Lara moving on to her last set. Isabel Davis hitting that 1st rep at 175. Moving on to her last rep. We are at the 8-minute mark on an 11-minute time cap.
As Isabel Davis approaches her bar for that last rep. And no rep for Isabel Davis.
Patience and precision is the name of the game at this point.
Lucila Cajo was eliminated by that 8-minute time cap. And Isabel Davis.
And she's through.
Steps on the red with 8 minutes and 33 seconds unofficially.
Lara Scarpin with a no rep. The crowd getting energetic to see these athletes finish this workout.
You got 1 rep for Isadora Marques on the bottom of your screen. 2 reps for Lara.
She's in. 40 seconds on the clock.
One minute, 30 seconds left. Both athletes on their last rep.
We have 175 pounds on the bar.
This is Isadora Marques. Pulls through with an unofficial time of 9 minutes and 48 seconds as Lara Scarpini asks for some crowd support. And you ask and you shall receive here in Rio.
And
she does it.
Up and through. We have 3 athletes completing this workout in Heat 3 for individual event 5 here at CrossFit Copa Sur.
As you just saw, Isabel Davis gave Lara Scarpini a giant hug. Isabel, the leader of this heat, as we're ready to go to Fabio Brocco on the floor.
Estoy con Isabel desde Argentina, ¿sí? Sí, lo que hiciste fue absolutamente dominante. ¿Cuánta confianza hay que tener en tu desempeño para hacer lo que hiciste acá hoy?
Es que venía entrenando mucho, hace mucho tiempo Snatch. Ninguna competencia pedía en RM ni nada, pero yo sabía que en algún momento iba a aparecer. Y este es un evento que lo vi en los regionales de 2016, cuando yo todavía apenas empezaba CrossFit y dije, un día voy a estar ahí. Y hoy estoy acá.
Estás acá hoy, muchas gracias, enhorabuena. ¿Dónde está la hinchada de Argentina? ¿Dónde están los argentinos? Muchas gracias. Vamos então para a próxima bateria.
We just saw Isabel Davis put on quite the performance and lead that heat. As you look at Heat 4 and those lane assignments, who are we looking out for?
Luisa Marques with,out a doubt, and Tamini Duarte as well. These women are no strangers to snatch. And if Heat 3 is any indication of what we are to expect in Heat 4, we can expect a lot of women to be getting to that, at least to that 4th barbell at 165 pounds.
You're looking at the standings after 4 events with the women. Vitória Campos leading with 373 points. In second place, Julia Cato with 346. Emily and Andrea Pinheiro are both tied in 3rd and 4th places with 328. And Lucia Viretti from Argentina in 5th place with 304. As we get ready to start Heat 4. 4 out of 5. This event has 5 heats. You're looking at the crowd as the judges are pouring into the arena and taking up their positions to wait for the athletes. And the athletes are coming in. Let's look at your lane assignments. As you look at Luisa Marques. On lane 2, we have Aline Cabral. Lane 3, Tamiles Duarte. Lane 4, Amber Davey. Lane 5, Luisa Marques. Lane 6, Marina Zago. Lane 7, Mariana Corte. Lane 8, Camila Marca. And lane 9, Ana Beatriz Gonzalez. We have one more event after this one. And there are 30 seconds. Athletes take up their positions. Ten seconds. And lane and heat 4 has started. Athletes have 2 minutes to complete 10 snatches with 135 pounds on that bar.
We see those barbells moving very smoothly across the board.
We have hands up for lane 2 and 3.
5.
Lane 2 is Aline Cabral. Lane 3 is Tamiles Duarte. Lane 5 is Luisa Marques.
We are at 1 minute. Athletes have 1 more minute to finish these 10 initial reps.
And advancing is Aline Cabral and Tamiles Duarte, followed by Luisa Marques on lane 5. And on the top of your screen, we have Camila Marca also advancing with just over 30 seconds to go on the first time cap of 2 minutes.
Once they've advanced, athletes have until 4 minutes to complete another 8 squat snatches at 145 pounds.
"15 seconds left for Amber Davey on lane 4. And she has 5 seconds now.
This is heat 4 of 5 that we have for individual event 5.
As you see on your screen, Amber Davey could not make it under that 2-minute time cap. And she's the first athlete eliminated from this heat.
And we have our first athlete moving on to the 3rd set of squat snatches at 155 pounds.
That is Luisa Marques.
Aline Cabral, Tamiles Duarte, Luisa Marques, all onto their 3rd set of snatches. They have until the 6-minute mark to complete 6 squat snatches at 155 pounds or 70 kilos.
And the athletes that are in the section behind them have about 40 seconds to complete their snatches before the 4-minute time cap.
Camila Marca also onto her set of 155.
On top of your screen, in the far back of your screen, that is Ana Beatriz Gonzalez being eliminated. And on lane 6, Marina Zago. Also not making it under the 4-minute time cap.
To the left of your screen, we see Luisa Marquez, and to the right, we have Aline Cabral. Aline Cabral showing a narrower grip on her snatches than we normally see.
And joining them on lane 3 is Tamílis Duarte.
We are at the 5-minute mark as Aline Cabral moves forward to her 4th set, where she now has 4 squat snatches at 165 pounds to complete by minute 8. Luisa Marquez also moving to her next set. Both athletes are onto their last set, of 2 squat snatches at 175 pounds.
You know, far back, that is lane 7, Mariana Corti, and she has 15 seconds to advance.
We are almost at the 6-minute mark. Luisa Marquez making lightweight of that 175-pound barbell, getting back on it with no hesitation.
But Aline Cabral finishing first with an unofficial time of 6 minutes and 3 seconds.
Both athletes proving that squat snatches are absolutely no issue.
6 minutes and 3 seconds, that is the fastest time that we have seen so far.
The world record for this event belongs to Olivia Kerstetter at the West Coast Classic with 3 minutes and 58.
On lane 3, that is Tamílis Duarte, and on the top of your screen, on lane 8, is Camila Marca with a no rep.
Camila Marca has 1 minute left, as does Tamílis Duarte.
Tamílis Duarte advancing.
She now has until the final 11-minute time cap to complete 2 squat snatches at 175.
Camila Marca needs to do 2 reps, and she has 40 seconds to do so. She's getting support from Luisa Marquez. And from the crowd.
20 seconds left.
1 rep to go.
More.
10 seconds to do 1 rep. Oh.
And it stops halfway through, but she thanks the crowd for their support. Tamires Duarte with her first rep in and 1 rep to go. She has until 11 minutes.
The crowd clapping for Tamires for her last rep. And Tamires executes and hits the red with an unofficial time of 8 minutes and 54 seconds.
Once again, we have 3 athletes finishing this workout well under the time cap of 11 minutes.
With Aline Cabral putting on quite the show at 6 minutes and 3 seconds unofficially. That is, so far, the fastest time as we're getting ready to talk to Fábio Brocco.
Estava esperando esse momento. Depois de uma prova que te tirou da bateria principal, vamos para a bateria agora final da prova 6.
Quem sabe? Acho que sim.
E o que a gente pode esperar da prova 6?
Como?
O que a gente pode esperar da prova 6?
Então, a última prova é uma prova muito boa para mim, mas eu estou entregando o meu melhor aqui. É meu primeiro ano na Copa Sur. Não esperava classificar nas quartas, porque saiu uma prova bem ruim para mim, mas acabei entrando ali no finalzinho e vim subindo, né, de pouquinho em pouquinho. Entre uma prova e outra a gente vai nesse degrau de sobe e desce, mas está tudo bem, estou curtindo o rolê, experiência e colhendo, como se diz, frutos para poder melhorar para o ano que vem, né?
É isso aí, Aline Cabral. Vamos então para a bateria principal.
Essa imersão me trouxe uma visão completamente diferente.
Eu venho utilizando todos os recursos que são disponíveis para a gente dentro da metodologia.
Essa parte de ser especialista em recovery traz esse diferencial para você.
Foi a virada de chave na minha carreira profissional, por conta de todo o apoio e especialização que eles proporcionam para nós.
E com certeza, hoje foi uma das melhores escolhas que fiz na minha vida.
And we are back, and we're looking at the leaderboards. Vitória Campos leading with 373 points. Julia Cato with 346 points in second place. Then Emily Andrade and Andrea Pinheiro tied with 328. And Lucia Viracci in fifth. And we're ready to start Heat 5, the last heat for the women in this individual event 5. And Kelly, this is the heat.
This is the heat that we want to look out for. We definitely want to keep an eye, not only on Vitória Campos, who is leading the competition so far, but Julia Cato. Julia Cato is an Olympic weightlifter, so this should be a very, very good event for her.
As the arena looks ready to welcome the judges. And the judges are coming in right under that Samba Zone banner. We will have one more event, individual event after this one, individual event 6, the final event, which will decide the 3 women athletes and the 3 men athletes that will compete in the CrossFit Games in Fort Worth, Texas, come August. You're listening to the English broadcast of the Copa Sur semifinal, also available in Portuguese and Spanish. I'm Lucas Olivieri, and I'm joined by Kelly Z commentating and Fábio Brocco on the floor interviewing the athletes. And the athletes are welcomed into the arena. Looking at your lane assignments, we have Barbara Caravello, lane 2, Lucia Viretti, lane 3, Emily Andrade, lane 4, Victoria Campos, lane 5, Julia Cato, lane 6, Andrea Pinheiro, lane 7, Amanda Fuzuma, lane 8, and Laura Gonzalez, lane 9. As the athletes walk into their positions, you're looking at Julia Cato on lane 6,
Who is
smiling to the camera.
She is probably very, very excited for this event.
30 seconds. Ten seconds. And the final heat, Heat 5 for Event 5 for the women athletes is now underway. Athletes have to do 10 snatches with a time cap of 2 minutes and 135 pounds on that bar.
Julia Cato making 135 pounds look like 65 pounds.
And we already have hands up. Julia Cato with only 3 reps to go.
Athletes have 1 minute to finish their first set of 10 squat snatches at 135 pounds.
And advancing first is lane 4, Emily Andrade.
Emily Andrade, who absolutely destroyed Event 4. We see multiple athletes setting up their bar for the second set of squat snatches. 145 pounds, 8 reps by the 4-minute mark.
And all athletes have advanced. And they now are working with a time cap of 4 minutes to do 8 snatches with 145 pounds on the bar.
When it comes to this volume of Olympic weightlifting, especially squat snatches, which are the most complex movement that we have in CrossFit, you want to have almost a workhorse mentality. You just want to block everything else out, focus on the task at hand. Take your time with the movement so that you do not destabilize at any point. A strong setup position, a strong first pull, a strong second pull, stable in the receiving position.
You're looking at Emily Andrade doing her last rep and advancing her bar. Multiple athletes advancing. And they now have to do 6 snatches with a time cap of 6 minutes, 155 pounds on the bar.
We are at the 3-minute mark.
The athletes behind them have 40 seconds On the left side of your screen, you're looking at Emily Andrade.
And on the right, we have Amanda Fuzuma.
Emily Andrade almost done with her reps.
Laura Gonzalez unable to finish her last rep at 145 pounds by the 4-minute mark.
Laura Gonzalez eliminated after a dominant performance in event 1 in the first day of competition.
We see Julia Cato moving on to her 4th set of squat snatches at 165 pounds, accompanied by Andrea Pinheiro and Emily Andrade.
They have to do 4 snatches with a time cap of 8 minutes.
We see Amanda Fuzuma also at her bar.
And Julia Cato only has 2 reps left.
Emily Andrade and Julia Cato.
And you can feel the buildup of the energy here in the crowd as they're about to advance to their last snatches.
Amanda Fuzuma done. With 1 rep left to go.
Julia Cato advancing to her last snatches. 2 snatches with a time cap of 11 minutes, 175 on the bar for Julia Cato.
The smile on Julia Cato's face at the beginning of this workout was merely a glimpse of the work she was about to put in to dominate this event.
Just a look of confidence. And joining her is Emily Andrade on the left side of your screen.
First rep done, 1 rep to go for Julia Cato. And she calls upon the crowd, and the crowd delivers. Last rep complete.
And she's done. And she touches the red with 6:03 unofficially, and she is fired up.
Julia Cato knows that she just put on a show.
Amanda Fuzuma getting a no rep on the top of your screen. The crowd is on its feet to support these athletes.
We have multiple athletes on the last set of 175 pounds. Vitória Campos and Emily Andrade both at their bar. Both hitting their reps.
Emily Andrade pulls through and touches the red with 6:43 unofficially.
Vitória Campos with 1 left to go. Andrea Pinheiro done.
6:59 for Andrea
And
Pinheiro
Vitória
unofficially.
Campos through at 7:03.
And you're looking at Amanda Fuzuma on the top right of your screen. And Lucia Viretti.
With 40 seconds to go.
And Lucia Viretti is now advancing. And Amanda Fuzuma completes her snatches and finishes at 7:33 unofficially.
Lucia Viretti has until the final 11-minute mark to complete her 2 squat snatches at 175 pounds. I expect this crowd to get very loud to support her final 2 reps.
I would bet on that, Kelly. Lucia Viretti getting the support of the crowd as they clap for her.
step for her first attempt. She has time on the clock.
The crowd claps. She approaches her bar. That judge has got one finger up. And she pulls through with the support of the crowd with an unofficial time of 8 minutes and 57 seconds. As you're looking at Julia Cato with all the confidence in the world, finishing with 6 minutes and 3 seconds unofficially, just crushing it.
Julia Cato came, saw those barbells.
We're going to Fábio Brocco.
Eu tenho a primeira pergunta. Quem é você?
Julia Cato, prazer.
Eu fiz essa pergunta e eu preciso agradecer a toda a mídia que trabalha aqui. Hugo Cross, Sérgio, obrigado por esse bastidor. Vi um vídeo do seu coach, que é seu marido, fazendo essa pergunta. Quem é você? Julia Cato. Quem é você? Julia Cato. Você terminou essa prova aqui com um olhar muito fixo no público. Explica então pra gente quem é Julia Cato.
Sou atleta Games e futuramente 2 vezes atleta Games.
Então, o que a gente pode esperar para a última prova? Você que está com o ticket na mão até agora.
Podem esperar que vai vir muita emoção.
É isso aí, essa é a Julia Cato. Vamos então agora saber daqui a pouco quem são os vencedores, mas a gente tem mais uma prova. Obrigado.
Come back to life. The fire inside. The fever is breaking. The shadows are fading away as I sharpen the knife. Can't take me out. No, I ain't going down tonight. Not over yet. Ain't gonna quit. No matter what. Never lay down, never give up. I am a fighter. I'm a fighter. I'm a survivor. Even if I fall, I'll be up again, 'cause I'm a fighter. I am a
CrossFit Capacur, and I'm here with Tom. He is the brand manager of Northern Spirit. So I'm going to ask him some questions. Our athletes are wearing Northern Spirit here at CrossFit Capacur. Can you tell us a little bit how it was for you to have them all dressed? You will see them today in the arena.
Yeah, we are very proud to see all the athletes wearing the t-shirts. This is the same kits for every semifinals. I think this is the first time we provide such a big kit. So it means a lot.
We're wearing, the volunteers are also wearing.
How do you feel?
It's wonderful, and we get like this kind of compliment from everybody around, like so beautiful, so comfortable.
Yeah, appreciate.
Can you tell us a little bit about the technology? What is special about Northern Spirit clothes?
We spend a lot of time developing the fabrics. We have a lot of experience because in France we are the official sponsor of the French Rodam, so we have a lot of experience and we have a lot of good feedbacks. So that's the most important thing for us.
It's amazing. It's really amazing.
I mean, this is for athletes, but also for the volunteers. The volunteers are the most important thing. Without them, we can see all the athletes competing on the floor. So.
Yeah, it's really amazing. The quality is awesome. Thank you so much.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
we are back. This is the Copa Sur.
Para a categoria masculina no evento 5 na categoria individual, né? Olha aí o leaderboard. Assume a liderança da competição Guilherme Malheiros, 373 pontos, seguido de Calian Ribeiro com 355.
Third place, Bruno Marins, 340 points. Then Benja Gutierrez with 337 and Kaique Cerveni with 319. As we get ready to start with the first heat and event 5 for the men athletes in the final day of the Copa Sur. And we will find out today the 3 men and 3 women athletes that will join the 2 teams, Vitória CrossFit Centro Movimento and AR1, that punched their tickets to the CrossFit Games. This is the same event that the women just performed. However, we have a difference in the weight of the bars. It is a decreasing snatch ladder with an overall time cap of 11 minutes, increasing with load for each set. As we look at our lane assignments, who do we have to look out for, Kelly?
We definitely want to keep an eye on Guilherme Domingues, Felipe Barbosa, Dirceu during this event. Guilherme Domingues is no stranger to the squat snatch. Men's bars do get significantly heavier for this workout, starting at 185 and ending at 265.
As you're looking at the arena floor, we're waiting for the judges to file in and assume their positions. We're only working with 8 lanes for this event, and the reason being is safety, as those bars, those alternating bars, are very, very long. That's why lane 1 and lane 10 have been blocked off. And the judges are coming in. This is the second to last event of the day. We have one more after this one. Event 6 will be our final event, and that one will have 8 heats total, 4 for men and 4 for women. This is event 5 with 5 heats each as the athletes are getting ready to come in. And the athletes are coming into the arena at the top of your screen under that Samba Zone banner. Saw a bit of a limp there from Maximiliano Arigossi.
Renato Guimarães, unfortunately, is suffering from an ankle injury, and he is coming into the event but will not perform any of the movements.
Athletes are warming up. You're looking at Guilherme Domingues,
who looks very excited to be here,
representing CrossFit Sinos. 30 seconds to start. Ten seconds. And so begins The first heat of event 5 for the men athletes.
The men have 10 squat snatches at 185 pounds to complete by the 2-minute mark.
And correcting the information that I gave, the athlete with a bit of a limp, a bit of an injury there, is Renato Guimarães on lane 3, wearing the neon green shirt.
Renato Guimarães, after consulting with the medical staff, was advised to not complete the workout. Athletes having no issues with these barbells for the first set thus far. This is 185 pounds on the bar. You see Marcos Alves moving forward with his barbell for the second set of squat snatches. 8 reps at 205 pounds to complete by minute 4. The time to beat for this workout belongs to none other than Colton Mertens in the U.S. at the American West Coast Classic at 5 minutes and 7 seconds. Once onto their second load, athletes have to complete 8 squat snatches by the 4-minute mark, and we are approaching 2 minutes on the clock.
We're going to see if we have any athletes eliminated by that 2-minute time cap.
Hand in the air for Dirceu Costa Jr.
And on lane 4, Maximiliano Razuk could not complete his snatches under 2 minutes.
Dirceu moving forward for his third round, as well as Marcos Alves.
And they'll have to do 6 snatches with a time cap of 6 minutes with 225 pounds on the bar. The athletes behind them have just over 1 minute to complete their snatches.
Dirceu and Marcos Alves hitting that 100-kilo snatch with no issues.
That is Dirceu Costa Jr. on the right side of your screen. And you're looking at Marcos Alves representing PRV CrossFit.
Felipe Barbosa with 1 rep left at 2:05 and 20 seconds on the clock. We see Maximiliano Arigossi also onto his snatches at 2:25. Dirceu moving on to his 4th set of 4 squat snatches at 245 pounds. He has until the 8-minute mark to complete these 4 reps.
Dirceu Costa Jr. on your screen, building a lead.
2 reps down and 2 to go for Dirceu Costa Jr. We see Marcos Alves joining him for the 245-pound snatches.
And behind them, those athletes have a little over 1 minute to complete their snatches.
Dirceu with 1 rep left, and he moves on to the last set of squat snatches at 265 pounds. We are at 5 minutes. He has until the final 11-minute time cap to do these 2 reps.
You're looking at Gisele Costa Jr. on the right side of your screen, your clear leader for this heat. And on the left, that is Marcos Alves, currently in second place.
One rep down, 1 to go for Gisele. He's calling upon the crowd for support, and the crowd delivers.
Last rep. Oh,
no rep for Gisele.
So close.
Patience and precision, especially at the end of a speed ladder. As fast as you want to go, especially with a squat snatch, the heavier it is, the more patient you need to be with that barbell.
And on lane 7, Felipe Barbosa was eliminated by the time cap.
He has until 11 minutes to complete that last rep.
As Marcos Alves is now doing his last 2 snatches. And he does the first.
1 more to go for Marcos Alves. We are at 7 minutes.
And Gisele pulls it off. And he touches the red with an unofficial time of 7:09. And we're watching Marcos Alves with just 1 rep remaining.
He is up and he is through.
Unofficial time of 7 minutes and 30 seconds for Marcos Alves.
Guilherme Domingues is up for his last rep at 2:45 as he moves on to the last 2 snatches at 2:65.
On the bottom of your screen, you have Maximiliano Arrigossi.
We are at the 8-minute mark. Athletes have 3 minutes left to complete these 2 reps.
And if they finish, 4 athletes will have finished in this heat.
This is heat 1 of 5 for individual event 5 for the men here at the last day of CrossFit Copa Sur.
Maximiliano Arrigossi. Maximiliano executes that rep.
No rep for Gui Domingues as he takes a breather. Maximiliano Arrigossi, 1 rep left.
The Copa Sur CrossFit Semifinal is sponsored by Skyhill. Skyhill is launching a new grip, the Copa Sur edition. And they also have a new line of products with space themed, including a new belt. Scan the QR code and get yours.
And he is up, Maximiliano Arrigossi through.
Unofficial time of 9 minutes and 25 seconds.
Guilherme Domingues has just over a minute left on the clock to complete his 2 reps at 265 pounds.
Getting some support there from Marcos Alves.
Guy, who has been an avid supporter trying to help those in need in Rio Grande do Sul after being devastated by flooding.
As you see that Rio Grande do Sul flag behind him, giving him that extra push along with this crowd.
It's up. He has 1 rep left to finish the workout and 40 seconds on the clock.
And this crowd just erupted.
Guilherme Domingues, who now has support from the entire arena for his last rep.
Just 15 seconds to go. Last push. And he thanks the crowd.
Guilherme Domingues giving it his best shot on that last rep. Going all the way till the end.
And at the end of Heat 1, we have 3 athletes complete the event. You're looking at Gisele Costa Jr. with an unofficial time of 7 minutes and 9 seconds, the leader in Heat 1. He was followed by Marcos Alves with 7:30 unofficially, and then Maximiliano Arigossi, 9:25 unofficially. As we get ready for Broco.
Gisele, conheço a sua fama pelo Brasil aí, ó, ganhando, às vezes fechando prova com altas cargas e deixando todo mundo para trás. Estreando aqui na semifinal, levando um hit. Fala pra gente como é que foi essa temporada e você, né, sabendo que era muito forte, esperava muito essa prova e acha que esse vai ser o melhor tempo?
Essa temporada começou no passado. Eu estava assistindo aqui, ó. Aí eu vi o Broco fazendo entrevista com alguém, eu falei, eu quero o ano que vem estar lá, vou trabalhar, vou classificar e vou dar uma entrevista pro Broco. Então hoje não é só uma prova que eu ganhei, uma bateria que eu ganhei, é um sonho que eu estou realizando e eu estou muito feliz com isso. O trabalho realmente devolve, foi muito difícil, mas eu estou muito feliz de estar aqui hoje.
Sonho realizado então, o que a gente pode esperar para a próxima prova?
Próxima prova eu acho que, como é um sprintão, vai ganhar quem é mais maluco. Vamos ver daqui a pouco no aquecimento quem que é mais maluco, eu acho que é isso.
É isso aí, vamos então para a próxima bateria.
We just saw Gisele Costa Jr. put on quite the performance with 7 minutes and 9 seconds in Heat 1 of Event 5 for the men athletes as we're getting ready to watch Heat 2. And these are your lanes. And who do we watch out for, Kelly?
We want to keep an eye on both Matheus Ferro and Matheus Roman, Edgar Pereira and Omar Martinez. This event is good for most of the athletes in this heat, I believe. Most of them have put strength as a strength in their athlete profile, so this should be a very interesting event to watch. However, a snatch ladder can always be very tricky because we want to think about speed at the same time as we want to think about precision. And once that barbell starts to feel heavy, it really is a mind game to convince yourself that it is not heavy, it is light, and you can do this.
The judges have taken up their positions as the athletes are now being welcomed into the arena. This is the English broadcast of the Copa Sur semifinal, the very last day of competition, where we will find out the 3 women athletes and the 3 men athletes that will join Vitória, CrossFit, Centro Movimento, and AR1, the 2 teams that punched their tickets to the CrossFit Games in Fort Worth, Texas, come August. I am Lucas Olivieri, and I'm joined by Kelly Z commentating, and we have Fabio Broco on the floor interviewing the athletes. Athletes have a few seconds to warm up a little bit. 30 seconds. You're looking at Matheus Romão representing CrossFit Monstros, the monsters of CrossFit. Ten seconds. And we are off. Heat 2 has officially begun. Athletes have to do 10 snatches with a time cap of 2 minutes and 185 pounds on the bar. In our previous heat, we only had 3 athletes finish.
We have an 80-pound increase from start to finish in this workout. Athletes have until the 2-minute mark to complete these first 10 reps. And no issues across the board thus far.
We see multiple hands up. Let's see the first one to advance that bar. And on lane 4 and lane 8, we have on lane 4 Matheus Ferro and lane 8 Victor Amancio advancing. And they're being joined by their fellow athletes. And now they need to do 8 snatches with a time cap of 4 minutes with 2:05 on the bar. These 8 snatches with this 4-minute time cap and the next one at 6 minutes is usually where we see a lot of athletes being eliminated.
For the men, it's been more of the third round at 2:25. For many of the women, we saw them stepping away from the competition floor after the second round of squat snatches. For the men, we've seen the 100-kilo mark be the divider. We have 2 reps left for Matheus Ferro. One more to go for Matheus Ferro before he moves on to his 100 kilos for 6 reps.
Omar Martinez also 1 rep remaining on lane 2. And advancing is Matheus Ferro. And so is Omar Martinez. Getting close to the 4-minute mark.
Athletes have just over 30 seconds left to finish their 8 reps. Once at that 225-pound barbell, athletes have to complete 6 reps by 6 minutes.
On the top of your screen, we have Edgar Pereira advancing just in time.
All athletes are on to that third set of 6 reps at 225 pounds.
You're watching Omar Martinez.
Multiple judges with their hands in the air. 1 more rep for Omar Martinez before he moves on to his 4th set of squat snatches.
And on the left side of your screen, that is Vitor Amancio.
Mateus Ferro done and moving.
Omar Martinez on the bottom of your screen with just 1 rep to go. And Omar Martinez now advancing. We have 40 seconds on the 6-minute time cap.
Vitor Nunes also with 1 rep left. Who also moves on to his 4th set of squat snatches. Athletes now have 4 reps to complete at 245 pounds by the 8-minute mark.
You're watching Omar Martinez try his very first rep. No rep. And Vitor Nunes executes. And we see several athletes eliminated by the 6-minute time cap.
Vitor Amancio also on his set of 245, already hitting 1 successful squat snatch. Vitor Nunes, 1 more rep down.
You're watching Mateus Ferro representing CrossFit Wando.
Omar Martinez with 2 reps left. Vitor Nunes with 1.
They have just over 1 minute.
2. Vitor Nunes with 2 reps, now 1 left. Mateus Ferro not quite making it under the bar there.
On lane 8 on the top of your screen, that is Vitor Amancio with just 1 rep to go and 45 seconds to execute it. And he does.
Vitor Amancio, the first to move to the last weight, calling upon the crowd support, and the crowd delivers. We also have Mateus Ferro and Vitor Nunes moving together to the last weight, which is no less than 265 pounds for 2 reps by the final 11-minute mark.
And out of the remaining athletes, the only one that still needs to complete in under 8 minutes is Omar Martinez. And he
goes for a touch and go, but misses the 2nd rep. 3 seconds.
And Omar Martinez has been eliminated by the time cap of 8 minutes.
An unfortunate miss on that 2nd rep of touch and go snatches at 245. He is
Vitor
up.
Amancio.
Vitor Amancio, 1 rep left. Vitor Nunes, 1 rep left. Touch and go. Oh, no! So close.
That was so close to being epic.
It was an excellent attempt by Vitor Nunes for 2 reps at touch and go at 265.
And the crowd is going wild.
And he
Vitor
is
Amancio
done.
executes, and he touches that red with 8 minutes and 48 seconds unofficially.
Mateus Ferro done with his first rep with 1 to go. 1 rep left for each of these athletes. Mateus Ferro, Vitor Nunes, and he's no repped.
This is a battle for 2nd place in this heat.
Patience and precision is the name of the game.
Mateus Ferro approaching his bar, getting ready.
He's under but can't quite stabilize. The lockout was just a little delayed.
And they have just over 1 minute as they get support from Vitor Amancio.
And we see Vitor Amancio calling upon the crowd to support his fellow athletes as they battle with the last rep at 265. And he is through. Vitor Nunes completing the workout just over 10 minutes.
10 minutes and 11 seconds.
Mateus Ferro following his fellow athletes for a successful final rep at 265.
10 minutes and 20 seconds unofficially, and they hug each other because that was epic. And you're watching Vitor Amancio, the leader of Heat 2, with 8 minutes and 48 seconds, putting him in third place when considering the results of Heat 1. As we are about ready to talk to Fábio Brocco.
Vitor Amancio com um sorriso largo aqui. Muitos não te conhecem porque é a primeira vez na semifinal, mas a gente te viu crescer dentro do esporte, né? Vimos ali desde teens, estamos aqui. E aí é o seguinte, nessa bateria tivemos atleta Games, né? Que representou o Brasil em times, outros atletas com experiências de semifinal. Apesar de todo esse seu currículo de teams, o campeonato na categoria principal é um pouco mais acirrada. Como manter a cabeça vendo os outros à sua frente para chegar na carga final e levar a bateria?
Eu acho que o sentimento é de honra, né? Eu estou muito honrado de estar nessa arena e eu respeito muito todos os atletas que estão ali junto comigo. E, pô, eu treinei e treino com alguns deles. Mas para mim é sensacional, eu só pensei em fazer a minha prova e uma carga de cada vez, uma repetição de cada vez e pensar em não errar. E quando eu olhei para o lado, eu estava sozinho, eu falei, pô, é agora. E com essa torcida animal, fica muito mais fácil, né?
É isso aí, parabéns, Vitor Amancio. E vamos então para mais uma bateria.
We just watched Heat 2, an individual event 5, with a great performance from Vitor Amancio, the Heat leader, as we look at the lane assignments for this third Heat. Who do we watch out for, Kelly?
We definitely want to keep an eye on João Barba and Tainan Beraldo and Benjamin Concha. This is going to be a very, very interesting heat. These athletes all put in their athlete profiles that strength is a strong suit. However, squat snatches can be very fickle, especially when it comes to a speed ladder. And these are very heavy loads that we are working with towards the end.
The judges are ready on the floor, and the athletes are being welcomed into the arena for the third heat out of 5 in this second to last event of the day. The athletes have a little bit of time to warm up a little bit. Looking at your lane assignments, we have Luciano Souza on lane 2, Benjamin Concha, lane 3, Bruno Diniz, lane 4, Williams Hughes, lane 5, Nicolas Canil, lane 6, João Borba, lane 7, Nicolas Bedon, lane 8, and Tainan Beraldo Tomás, lane 9, as you look at Bruno Diniz representing Made for CrossFit.
Bruno Diniz is also one that's probably going to put on a show right now.
30 seconds.
He has stated that squat snatches are a favorite.
10 seconds. And this is the start of Heat 3. Athletes will have to do 10 snatches with the time cap of 2 minutes and 185 pounds on the bar. And for safety reasons, lane 1 and lane 10 are blocked for this event because that is a long bar and we don't want people getting hurt. Start seeing hands. Who will be the first to advance his bar? And it is lane 2.
As
That
well
is
as lane 7, João Borba.
Luciano Souza on lane 2. And several athletes now advancing.
We see the division in this workout for the men happening at the 100-kilo mark. The third set of snatches. For this second snatch, athletes have 8 reps to complete by the 4-minute mark at 205 pounds.
Hands up. Two more reps for Luciano Souza on lane 2.
Athletes have until 4 minutes. They have 1 minute 30 left on the clock.
And Luciano Souza advancing.
Athletes are now at 100 kilos for 6 reps to be completed by 6 minutes.
100 kilos being 225 pounds. And advancing is João Borba. We have multiple athletes advancing now. On the right side of your screen, you're looking at Luciano Souza.
The world record for this event belongs to Colton Mertens at the West Coast Classic at 5 minutes, 7 seconds. Followed closely behind by Brent Fikowski, also at the West Coast Classic with 5 minutes and 12.
Luciano Souza on your screen.
Athletes have 2 more minutes to finish their 6 reps at 225 pounds.
It's the last rep for Luciano Souza on the bottom of your screen. And he executes and he advances.
Moving on to his penultimate set of squat snatches. 4 reps to complete by the 8-minute mark at 245 pounds.
Wearing a shirt that says Hercules, not a bad decision at all.
And he misses his first rep. We are at the 5-minute mark.
There's 1 minute left for the athletes that are behind Luciano Souza.
Athletes who are at 225 have 30 seconds left.
And joining Luciano Souza is Williams Hughes.
Luciano Souza wearing the Hercules Funcional t-shirt, his training program.
On lane 3, we have Benjamin Concha.
And he's up. 1 rep left for Luciano Souza before he moves on to the final 2 snatches of the event. Athletes have until 8 minutes to complete the 4 reps at 245.
Williams Hughes with his last rep, and he advances.
Ahead of Luciano Souza for his final 2 reps at 265 pounds. And Luciano Souza is through as well to his final 2 snatches.
Setting up a battle for first place in Heat 3 between Luciano Souza and Williams Hughes. Split screen.
Williams Hughes approaching that barbell for his first rep. And no issues for that first rep of 265. Neither for Luciano Souza. They each only have 1 rep left to go.
And Luciano approaches his bar. Ooh.
Patience is key for this last rep.
And Williams Hughes
is through.
Touches the red with 7:58 unofficially, taking over first place.
Athletes who were unable to finish their 4 reps of 245 by the 8-minute mark have finished their workout for the day.
Last rep for Luciano, and the crowd is giving him that extra push.
And it's up.
And he makes it. And he touches the red with 8:35, takes a bow, and thanks the crowd.
Benjamin Concha beside him with 1 rep left. And Vitor Amancio, Nicolas Bedon with 1 rep to go.
Benjamin Concha approaches that bar.
Final rep.
And he makes it. 9:11 unofficially. All eyes on Nicolas Bedon, the remaining athlete of this heat.
He has until the final 11-minute time cap to complete his workout. With 1:30 left on the clock. Now is not a moment to get excited about the barbell. As much as athletes want to finish the workout, patience and precision.
And we have 3 athletes supporting Nicolas Bedon for this final push. He has 50 seconds still.
And the arena gets loud for Nicolas Bedon to finish his final rep of event 5.
30-second, Nicolas.
It's up, and he is through with
10:42 unofficially.
15 minutes left on the clock.
Getting that extra push from this crowd and his fellow athletes. You're looking at Williams Hughes, your heat leader with 7:58. A time that would place him in 3rd for this event. As we're ready to go to Fabio Brocco.
William Ríos es de Argentina. Hemos visto que eres muy fuerte, pero no se trata solo de levantar peso, sino levantar peso bajo mucho agotamiento. ¿Cuáles son los retos de una prueba como esta en el final de la competencia?
Me sentí tranquilo porque estaba confiado en lo que estaba haciendo y pude mantener al menos el pace de cada repetición como lo había programado, digamos.
¿Y cómo vas a afrontar la próxima?
Y a morir, sí.
Vale, William Ríos da Argentina. Vamos então para a próxima bateria.
Mais uma bateria.
Lead his heat as we are getting ready to start heat 4. And we're looking at the lane assignments. Kelly, who do we watch out for?
We want to watch. We just want to watch right now. We definitely want to keep an eye on Anderon Primo, Lucas da Rosa, Augustin, Caio Nascimento, Marcos Moreira. We just want to watch. Juan Diego, we want to watch the show.
Let's just be entertained.
Let's just be entertained.
I like that. The judges are taking up their positions as we wait for the athletes. You're watching the English broadcast of the Copa Sur semifinal. This is the very last day of the competition. I'm Lucas Olivieri, and I'm joined by Kelly Z commentating, and we have Fabio Brocco on the floor interviewing the athletes. And today, we will find out the 3 men and the 3 women who will join AR1 and Vitória Centro Movimento, the 2 teams that punched their tickets to the CrossFit Games in Fort Worth, Texas in August, as the athletes are welcome into the arena. We have Marcos Moreira on lane 2, Anderon Primo lane 3, Juan Diego Tobon lane 4, Juan Ignacius Vrozini lane 5, Lucas da Rosa lane 6, Agustin Richelme lane 7, Caio Nascimento lane 8, and Thalisson Martins lane 9, as we look at Anderon Primo representing CrossFit Bauru Angar. Lucas da Rosa put on quite the performance in our last event.
And he is probably about to do the same along with Anderon Primo once again. These 2 athletes are known for their weightlifting and for their strength.
Ten seconds. And the second to last heat of event 5 has officially started. Athletes need to do 10 snatches with a time cap of 2 minutes and 185 pounds on the bar.
As we can see on the screen, 185 is similar to child's play for these athletes.
That is exactly what I had in mind, child's play.
They are having fun. They are having fun with the barbell right now.
Hands are up.
Athletes have 2 minutes to complete these initial 10 reps.
Waiting to see who advances first. And on lane 4, that is Juan Diego Tobon, the first to advance. And right next to him is Anderon Primo. And to their left, to the left side of your screen, is Marcos Moreira.
The second set of barbells are 8 squat snatches at 205 pounds to be completed by the 4-minute mark.
And all athletes have now advanced to their second round of snatches. And we have athletes with just 1 rep remaining. Anderon Primo might be the first to advance, and he is. And Anderon Primo now has to do 6 snatches with the time cap of 6 minutes and 225 on that bar.
Juan Diego Tobon next to him, rolling his barbell forward as well for his 3rd set. Taking a quick rest on the barbell to change that weight.
And on lane 7, the top of your screen, is Augustin Hichelmi. As Marcos Moreira on the bottom of your screen also advancing. The athletes that are behind them have 40 seconds to complete their snatches. And 30 seconds for the 2 athletes remaining. Now 1 athlete remaining. And that is Caio Nascimento on lane 8. He has 10 seconds. He has 8 seconds to do 1 rep.
3, 2,
and
1.
just in time, Caio Nascimento advances.
Anderon Primo moving on to his 4th and penultimate set of squat snatches at 245 pounds, 4 reps by 8 minutes. First rep, no issues.
As we focus on Anderon Primo.
Second rep, no issues. The world record for this event is 5 minutes, 7 seconds.
And just now, Juan Diego Tobon.
Third rep for Anderon Primo in the books with one more to go. And we are just now approaching the 5-minute mark.
That is Juan Diego Tobon on the right side of your screen.
One rep for Anderon. He is done, and he is through to his last two snatches as the crowd goes wild to see him finish this event. We are now at the final weight of 265 pounds.
The crowd getting on its feet as Anderon Primo tries to do his first rep of 2.
No issues. Anderon is ready to finish this event.
He looks to the side, he calls for that support, and he gets it.
The arena is loud for Anderon Primo as he finishes the event under 6 minutes.
Touching the red with 5:58 unofficially, and he's hyped up.
Not a single hitch in these snatches. Anderon was completely at home in this workout.
5:58 not only is the best time of this heat, it also obliterates the competition that came before him.
Athletes have until the 8-minute mark to finish their 4 reps of squat snatches at 245 pounds. It's up for Lucas da Rosa. Marcos Moreira advancing to his last 2 snatches of the event.
On lane 7, you're looking at Augustin Hichelmi. Executes his first rep.
1 rep left for Augustin. Lucas da Rosa stabilizing. Not quite there. He has 30 seconds left on the clock.
On lane 4, Juan Diego Tobon about to do his first rep, and you're looking at Augustin Hichelmi with his last rep. The athletes behind them have 10 seconds to execute their snatches.
Lucas is up and through in the nick of time. Marcos Moreira completing his event 5 with 1 rep left. This is the most athletes we have seen at the last weight, and Augustin Hichelmi is through.
8 minutes and 16 seconds unofficially for Augustin Hichelmi.
Second athlete to close the workout in this heat. All athletes have until the 11-minute mark to complete these 2 reps at 265.
As you see Anderon Primo there, providing support, and he has been doing so since he finished.
Athletes not managing to get under fast enough to stabilize that bar.
You saw Thaleson Martins on lane 9 calling on the support of the crowd and getting it.
For this last load, having a good, strong setup at the barbell is essential for a successful lift.
As Lucas da Rosa tries to get up.
First rep
and
in.
Does.
1 more to go. Athletes have 1 minute, 30 seconds to finish.
Anderon Primo.
Marcos Moreira done and through.
With 9:34 unofficially. As you see Anderon Primo hyping up the crowd and Lucas da Rosa.
Showing support for his friend of many, many years. Anderon and Lucas da Rosa go way back. Athletes have 1 minute left. The crowd is on their feet to show support. We have 40 seconds left on the timer for these athletes to finish. Lucas da Rosa with 1 rep to go. Anderon calling on the crowd. Stabilizes the bar and he stands.
He's up!
The crowd goes absolutely wild. The energy in the arena is insane at this moment.
The crowd basically lifting him up there at the very end. With 10:48 unofficially for Lucas da Rosa.
And that is the end of Heat 4, Event 5 for the men.
As
here.
you look at the replay here with Anderon Primo, dominant performance, dominating not just this heat, but also all other heats that came before him with an incredible time of 5 minutes and 58 seconds. As we get ready to talk to the one and only Fabio Brocco.
Correr. Tô com áudio. Eu tô aqui correndo atrás do Anderon porque a galera tá indo à loucura. Vou trazer informação das nossas enciclopédias. Sérgio, olha só. Em 2016, South Regional, porque essa aqui é uma prova de repetição, é a mesma prova de 2016, o senhor Anderon Primo não completou essa prova, ficou sentado, essa é a imagem que nós temos no arquivo, sentado na última carga ali, tomou cap mais 2 nessa prova. Corta para 2024, estamos aqui, você termina a prova, leva a bateria e leva a galera à loucura. Conta pra gente como é o mix de emoção.
Cara, feliz de estar na arena mais uma vez. Agradecer essa energia incrível que a galera tá proporcionando. Galera, vocês são incríveis. Muito obrigado, velho, de verdade. Cara, muito feliz por 2016. Eu não fechei, né? Meu PR de snatch era 118, a última carga era 120. Eu até tentei 2 vezes, mas não, tava muito longe. Hoje aqui, com 140 de snatch, se eu não fechasse, podia me bater, cara.
E agora, qual é a mentalidade para a próxima prova e a última da competição?
Mentalidade para a próxima prova é igual eu estou tratando desde o evento 3, all in, entregar tudo ali dentro e subir na classificação para terminar isso aqui o melhor possível.
É isso aí, vamos então agora para a última bateria.
Axel, uma imagem como essa, um caute como esse.
For the second to last heat of individual event 5 at the 2024 CrossFit Copa Sur from the Arena Carioca 1 in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. Anderon Primo putting on quite the performance, but also this crowd putting on a show and basically lifting Lucas da Rosa up for his last rep for an epic finish to Heat 4 as we welcome in the athletes to Heat 5. And this is the heat to watch. Looking at your lane assignments as you're watching Guimarães, Kelly, we have to watch how
we just have to watch. But if we do not put Guilherme Malheiros and squat snatch in the same sentence, it's blasphemy. This is Guy's event.
which is great for him because coming into this event, he is the leader. We're looking at the lane assignments in lane 2, João Pedro Barcelos de Araújo. Lane 3, Kaique Cerveni. Lane 4, Bruno Marins. Lane 5, Gui Malheiros. Lane 6, Calian Ribeiro de Souza. Lane 7, Benja Gutierrez. Lane 8, Henrique Moreira. And lane 9, Martin Alfonso Fuentes.
And the crowd is already cheering. They know what is about to go down in this arena. We all do. And I think there is not one person in the house that is not thrilled to be here.
And the last heat, Heat 5 of Event 5, is officially on the way.
Men have 10 reps at 185 to complete by the 2-minute mark for this first portion.
You are watching the English broadcast of the Copa Sur semifinals. I'm Lucas Olivieri, and I'm joined by Kelly Z commentating, and the one and only Fabio Brocco interviewing the athletes on the floor. We also have a broadcast in Spanish and Portuguese.
Gui Malheiros is on his last rep already. And he moves forward to the second set of 8 squat snatches at 205 pounds. Followed by Calian.
The crowd going crazy for every rep that Gui Malheiros executes.
The arena is already on their feet. There is not a single person sitting down.
We have one more individual event after this one. The final event, Event 6, to define who's going to the CrossFit Games.
Gui on his last rep. And he moves. Moving on to 6 reps at 225 pounds.
But so is Calian, and so is Kaique Cerveni.
Guilherme Malheiros making 100 kilos look like 20.
Just 3 reps left for Gui Malheiros.
Men have until the 6-minute mark to complete this third set, and we are just now approaching 3 minutes. The world record for this event belongs to Colton Mertens at the West Coast Classic with 5 minutes and 7 seconds. Gui Malheiros moving forward to his 4th set of snatches at 245. Doesn't blink, doesn't breathe, just picks it up. And Kaique is right beside him. Second snatch down for Gui. 2 more to go. And we are not even at 4 minutes. One more rep for Gui.
Henrique Moreira also advancing. And so is Calian.
Gui moving on to his last 2 reps at 265 pounds. It is 4 minutes and 7 seconds. We might see a new world record here.
All eyes on Gui Malheiros. one of the fan favorites here in Brazil, with just 2 reps to go. As he approaches that bar and the crowd goes crazy.
2 reps left for Guilherme Malheiros.
And he executes the first one.
Touch and go! And he stands as the crowd goes wild.
4:43.
We have a new world record for men's event 5. Folks, it is a once-in-a-lifetime experience to see Guilherme Malheiros tackle a snatch ladder live in the arena.
Kelly, I can't even hear you because this crowd is so loud right now. That's 4:43 unofficially for Guilherme Malheiros.
The energy at Arena Carioca 1 right now is absolutely surreal.
And just to recap, Colton Mertens had a time of 5:07. 5:07. That smashes that record.
Bruno Marins with 1 left. Kaique Cerveni through.
5:38 unofficially for Kaique Cerveni.
Bruno Marins through.
5:46. In lane 2 and lane 8 almost simultaneously.
Photo finish. We are going to have to check who got their foot on that red.
That was 6:08 unofficially, I'm assuming for both of them.
Calhão with 1 rep left. Benja Gutierrez just now moving on to his last 2 reps. Calhão stands his last rep and gets over.
6:41 unofficially for Calhão. Guilherme Malheiros showing his support for Benja Gutierrez, and so is the crowd.
Overwhelming round of applause for Benja Gutierrez to get him through these final 2 reps. He has until 11 minutes. So close. He still has time.
You see there Bruno Marins saying, just calm down, take a deep breath, you have time.
Athletes are all gathering around him to show their support for the final athlete on the field.
And the crowd clapping their hands.
Arena Carioca 1 is all about the energy to get these athletes through. Beautiful, stable squat snatch from Benja Gutierrez. He has 1 rep left to go.
And you saw there, he cracked that smile to thank the crowd.
And he's asking for more. And he's done.
Benja Gutierrez, with the help of the crowd, finishes with an unofficial time of 8:35. And that is the end of Heat 5 with a new record. Guilherme Malheiros obliterating not just the Heat, but the entire world with 4:43 unofficially as we head to Fábio Broco.
Já tô com ele aqui. Estamos ouvindo aqui um canto do campeão voltou. Bom, a competição ainda não terminou, mas você chegou aqui, não dá pra ouvir muito bom, em primeiro lugar. Vamos fazer aqui, 2018 eu sei que você assistiu os regionais e falou que sonhava competir aqui nessa Arena Carioca. Ano passado o resultado não foi como esperado e 2024 você está na liderança, o ticket na mão. E levando uma prova não só aqui como no mundo. Guilherme Malheiros bateu o recorde mundial nessa prova que era de Colton Mertens no West Semifinals. O que tudo isso significa para você?
Poxa, Pô, é muita coisa para falar, mas muita coisa mudou e hoje eu, graças a Deus, tudo que aconteceu ano passado, graças a Deus, tudo que aconteceu na minha vida até hoje foram muitos altos e baixos, mas estou aqui, um novo homem, graças a Deus por tudo isso que aconteceu. Então, um novo homem, uma nova pessoa, um novo atleta, aproveitando cada minuto, aproveitando cada momento e sem pressão. Isso é a parada mais linda do mundo e de saber que a minha identidade não está no resultado, não está numa competição, não está no que eu faço, nos meus resultados, e está em Deus. Então, significa muito estar aqui, porque só eu e minha esposa, a gente sabe o que a gente passou para chegar aqui. Mas é muito gratificante, muito feliz de estar aqui na frente do meu povo. O brasileiro é diferenciado, então não existe isso em lugar nenhum no mundo. Te amo também! Então estou muito grato a Deus, muito grato a tudo. E é isso.
Well, we know we have a lot of fans around the world, so I'll do that in English as well. I was asking him, like last year you didn't qualify for the CrossFit Games, and this year you're back here. So for those who are watching us, English commentators are probably doing that right now. So tell them, what does it feel to be back?
To be back is crazy. It's a great feeling. Last year it didn't go as I wanted, but it went as God wanted. So thank God it happened, everything that happened, because it made me a new human being, a new man, a new athlete. So right now it's being very, very special to be here with my people, with my country, in front of everyone that loves me, in front of my family, in front of my friends. So it's been amazing to be here, no pressure, and just like praising God and being thankful for everything that He has been done for my life.
Guilherme Malheiros, muito obrigado. Daqui a pouco teremos mais. Pô, gastou o inglês bem aqui.
And you just heard Fabio Brocco and Guilherme Malheiros in English. What you probably might not be able to hear is this crowd chanting that the champion has returned. And that's because, Kelly, he just set the record straight with 4 minutes and 43 seconds, establishing a new world record.
I said it during the event itself, but it truly is. It's a once-in-a-lifetime experience. It's a must-do. It's a bucket list item to see Guilherme Malheiros snatch live, to go through an entire snatch ladder, and then get to those very last 2 reps and send it, touch, and go. This was just absolutely electrifying, and the audience here at Arena Carioca 1 was just vibing from start to finish. The second Guy touched that barbell, there was not a person in this arena who was seating.
Absolutely epic performance. The crowd here literally helping the last reps on several athletes. But don't go anywhere, because we have one more event, the last event of the day. We will be right back
for more energy.
Bom dia, bom trabalho, bom trabalho.
BCC 2019, BCC 2020, Copa Sur 2022, Copa Sur 2023.
Esse é meu terceiro ano.
Voluntário desde 2018.
Somos um casal voluntário há 6 anos.
Eu achei incrível a relação com os diretores e participar de um grande evento da CrossFit.
Todo ano eu tenho que estar com essa comunidade, faz falta no dia a dia da gente.
Tem gente do sul, do nordeste, de todos os lugares. Quantidade de gente que vem pra cá por amor ao nosso esporte.
Reencontrar essa galera é uma família, né?
Para a celebração da comunidade é muito incrível, não tem como não voltar.
Eu voltei porque é muito maneiro sentir parte da comunidade assim, mais perto da galera.
O motivo que tá aqui é porque não tem explicação.
Não tem explicação. A vontade de estar aqui é maior, a vontade de servir e entregar é maior.
Nobody knows whether you go on that run or you stay in your warm bed. You're alone with your thoughts and your own heartbeat and the sweat's dripping down your nose. To me, Go Ruck is the epitome of working really hard when nobody knows if you did it or not. Go Ruck is my go-to gear because it keeps me ready for anything unknown that could come up in a CrossFit competition. Go Ruck is the world's toughest gear.
Welcome back to the Arena Carioca 1 in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, at the Olympic Park. This is the Copa Sur, the semifinals, the CrossFit semifinals, and we are approaching the last event of the competition that will define the 3 women athletes and the 3 men athletes that will punch their tickets and join Vitória CrossFit Centrum Movimento and AR1 at the CrossFit Games in Fort Worth, Texas. We had strong performances in our last event for the women, Aline Cabral and Julia Cato putting on quite a show. And with the men, the crowd was insane. But I would be remiss if I didn't say that Gui Malheiros stole the show.
Gui Malheiros stole the show without a shadow of a doubt, and it was probably the highlight of the weekend, and I think everybody in that arena would agree with us that watching Guy work his way through that snatch ladder was absolutely insane. But also seeing the crowd support for Lucas da Rosa in the previous heat was electrifying.
Absolutely.
Julia Cato also demolishing that squat snatch ladder and showing what she trains for. It was incredible. But this last event is going to be quite the performance. We have an extremely fast event. And we have athletes literally fighting tooth and nail to either maintain or secure that spot to the CrossFit Games.
It will be an exhilarating finish as we look at our overall standings for the women. Vitória Campos leading with 4:58. Julia Cato in second place, 4:46. Then Emily Andrade, 4:19. She was tied with Andrea Pinheiro, but now she isn't. Andrea Pinheiro in fourth place on the outside looking in with 4:16. And Lucia Viretti, fifth place, 3:71.
We only have 3 points separating Andrea Pinheiro sitting in fourth and Emily Andrade sitting in third. So this could change depending on this last event.
And this last event, a straightforward one with a quick time cap of 6 minutes. As we look at the lane assignments for Heat 1, anyone to look at here?
I would honestly bet on Agostina Corandini and Yadira Alba. Agostina Altamira as well. This is a sprint. This is painful. We're looking at athletes who have very good cardio and very good skill.
This is for time with a time cap of just 6 minutes. It's 22 echo bike calories, 15 ring muscle ups, and a 72-foot dumbbell walking lunge.
This is a workout where we want to look at muscular resistance and endurance. That echo bike is going to burn. Following that up with 15 muscle ups and a 72-foot dumbbell walking lunge with 2 70-pound dumbbells is going to be painful.
The athletes are in position. And the first heat of our last event has officially started. We will soon find out the 3 women who are punching their tickets to the CrossFit Games. Looking at your lane assignments, we have on lane 1, Agostina Corradini, lane 2, Maria Victoria Martinez, lane 3, Abigail Spinelli, lane 4, Gabriela Lucchi, lane 5, Jessica Matos, lane 6, Fabiane Carvalho, lane 7, Oranza Carrillo, lane 8, Yadira Alba Castaño, lane 9, Agustina Altamirano.
Women have 22 calories on the echo bike to complete, which is quite a high volume.
You are watching the English broadcast of the Copa Sur semifinals. I'm Lucas Olivieri, and joining me is Kelly Z commentating, providing the knowledge. Fabio Brocco on the floor, interviewing the athletes. We also have a Spanish broadcast, and a Portuguese broadcast.
We already have athletes moving on to their muscle ups. Jessica Matos in the center of your screen. And next to her, Fabiane Carvalho in lane 6.
The Copa Sul semifinal is sponsored by Skyhill. Skyhill, the sky is the limit. They're launching new products that are space themed, and it's free delivery plus 15% off with the coupon Copa Sur. Scan the QR code.
We're at 2 minutes 15 into the event, and all athletes are on their set of 15 ring muscle ups. Athletes who are more skilled with the ring muscle ups and can do larger blocks are definitely going to be benefiting in this workout.
You were looking at lane 5, Jessica Matos taking a little break. As Jessica Matos gets back on those rings.
Judge's hand in the air for Jessica Matos. As well as in lane 9, Agustina Altamirano.
And the crowd anticipating who gets to those dumbbells first. And it is Jessica Matos followed by Oranza Carillo in lane 7.
These ladies have two 70-pound dumbbells that they have to make their way across the arena with.
Jessica Matos already doing her lunges while Oranza Carillo taking a little break. Athletes have to progress 72 feet.
The weight of these dumbbells is going to impact on two things: leg strength and grip strength. These are very large dumbbells that these ladies have to carry across the floor.
As Oranza Carillo takes the lead, with Jessica Matos being forced to go back.
Much like the handstand walk, you have to complete each 12-foot section. If for any reason you drop those dumbbells, you have to go back to the beginning.
Oranza taking a break.
With her last 12 feet to go.
Oranza Carillo representing CrossFit Costa Blanca Centro.
And you can see Oranza trying to loosen up her grip there. Athletes have just over a minute left on the clock. This is a very tight 6-minute time cap for this workout.
Oranza about to finish.
And she's through.
5:07 unofficially. And in lane 9, that is Agustina Altamirano.
With Jessica Matos behind her in lane 5.
Agustina taking a small break with 25 seconds on the time cap to go. And in lane 1, it's the other Agustina Corradini.
10 seconds left.
And Agustina Altamirano finishes with 5:50 unofficially.
Followed by Agustina Corradini.
With 5:57.
And that is the end of Heat 1 for the final event here here at CrossFit Copa Sur.
Oranza Carrillo coming in first with an unofficial time of 5:07. Jessica Matos there led for quite some time, but unfortunately could not finish under the time cap. As we get ready to talk to Fábio Broco.
Quase, ela está chegando aqui, Oranza desde Venezuela. Felicitaciones. ¿Cómo están los muslos ahora?
Pues un poquito cansados.
Tras seis pruebas como esta, es muy agotador. ¿Cuáles son los puntos más importantes para ganar un hit?
¿Para qué? Pues no lo sé, a lo mejor que te guste mucho el workout.
É esto. Muito obrigado, então. Parabéns, felicitações. Atleta da Venezuela. Vamos para a próxima bateria.
Tapioca, um novo jeito de comer. Tapioca, aqui a experiência é mais gostosa.
Fala galera, eu sou Marcela Martins, fundadora da Conhoca, a Tapioca em Cone. E a gente está onde? No Copa Sul. Procura a gente na praça de alimentação, na área VIP, em todas as áreas da Conhoca. A gente está em toda a Arena Carioca. Vem provar.
Vamos lá para a segunda bateria da última prova para as meninas.
Who won Heat 1. As we look at Heat 2, who are we looking for, Kelly?
We want to be taking a look at Carolina Martinez, Isadora Marques, Bruna Berbel in this heat. Isabela Davis is also probably going to put on a show once again, as she did with the snatches. This is a very quick workout. Athletes do not really have time to even think in this 6-minute time cap that we have for the 6th and final event.
We are moving, and we are moving fast. These time caps are going to push this Copa Sur forward in no time, and in no time, we will find out the 3 women athletes that are going to the CrossFit Games with the 3 male athletes as we welcome the athletes into the arena. And looking at the lane assignments, lane 1, Victoria Monge. Lane 2, Larissa Tramontin. Lane 3, Carolina Martinez. Lane 4, Kelia Marchant. Lane 5, Isadora Marques. Lane 6, Isabel Davis. Lane 7, Inara Carvalho. Lane 8, Bruna Berbel. Lane 9, Juliana Cavalec. Lane 10, Monserrat Bentancor. Athletes are in position. This is a straightforward event. It is for time with a time cap of just 6 minutes. 22 echo bike calories, then 15 ring muscle ups, followed by a 72-foot dumbbell walking lunge. The Copa Sur CrossFit Semifinal is sponsored by Brave, the official supplier of the biggest CrossFit event in South America, supplying the best line of fitness equipment on the market. Ten seconds. And Heat 2 of the last individual event and last overall event of the Copa Sur semifinal has now officially begun.
Women face 22 calories on the Echo Bike before getting onto the rings for 15 reps of ring muscle ups, and then proceeding to a 72-foot dumbbell walking lunge with 2 70-pound dumbbells.
You're looking at your top 5. We have Vitória Campos with 458, then Julia Cato with 446, then Emily Andrade with 419, Andrea Pinheiro with 416, and Lucia Viretti with 371. And the Copa Sur semifinal is sponsored by Stalhart Fitness, providing the Echo Bikes.
The world record for this event is currently held by Emma Tall at the French throwdown with 2 minutes and 48 seconds.
Athletes are now approaching their rings.
You see Bruna Berbel working her way through her 15 reps of ring muscle-ups. And to the left of your screen, Isabel Davis.
And the crowd with growing anticipation to see the athlete that approaches the the dumbbells first. You're looking at Isabel Davis.
We're approaching the halfway point at 3 minutes for this 6-minute workout. A very forearm dense workout with the ring muscle ups followed by very heavy dumbbell walking lunges.
We see hands up for Bruna.
Juliana Cavalech moving to her dumbbells.
On lane 9.
Athletes must start behind the green line. If they do not, they will be sent back.
We have 3 athletes on their dumbbells now. On lane 2, we have Larissa Tramontin.
If for any reason athletes drop the dumbbells or their lunges do not count, athletes have to go back and restart each 12-foot section.
You are looking at Juliana Cavalech, but in lane 5, Isadora Marques has taken the lead. Isadora Marques approaching her last 12-foot section.
And she has gone unbroken the entire length of the arena.
Just a few more lunges.
She is through under 5 minutes.
4:47 unofficially for Isadora Marques.
Juliana Cavalech still working her way through the last 2 12-foot sections.
After 2 heats, 4:47 would place Isadora in first. Just 50 seconds left on that time cap.
Juliana Cavalech getting no reps after dropping the dumbbells.
Creeping up on 30 seconds left. As you see Bruna overtaking. Close to being done.
20 seconds on the clock. And Bruna gets through in the nick of time.
5:44 for Bruna unofficially.
We have 10 seconds left to finish heat 2 of the final event for the women.
5 seconds to go. And that is time. Quite the performance from Isadora Marques with 4:47 unofficially, making short work of those dumbbell lunges.
One shot from the beginning to the end.
That time placing her in first after 2 heats as we get ready to talk to the one and only Fabio Brocco.
Aqui. Isadora, eu tô com uma pergunta do Axel, que está na transmissão, porque ele observou, ele quer saber se você fez um hook grip segurando, porque falou, não vai sair, será que você fez unbroken? Então vamos responder aqui.
Então, no teste eu tinha feito ao contrário, eu fiz as argolas unbroken, e daí pesou bastante as lentes, aí eu optei por trocar, era melhor quebrar a argola e fazer as passadas unbroken.
Essa seria a minha próxima pergunta. Você testou essa prova e você fez o reteste fazendo das duas maneiras ou o seu reteste foi aqui na arena?
O reteste só dentro da arena.
E o resultado foi bem melhor?
Foi bem melhor.
Então funcionou, parabéns Isadora Marques. Agora vamos para a próxima bateria.
Thiago da Brave aqui diretamente do Rio de Janeiro. Estamos aqui no nosso stand do Copa Sur, a semifinal oficial da América Latina. Eu quero te fazer um convite, você que é dono de boxe e ainda não passou aqui no nosso stand, vem aqui conversar com algum dos nossos especialistas e aproveitar as condições exclusivas que tem aqui. É a Brave, patrocinadora oficial do Copa Sur 2024.
Back at the Copa Sur, we just watched Isadora Marques put on a dominating performance with 4:47. As we look at Heat 3, we are moving and we are moving fast, people. Who do we watch out for, Kelly?
We want to keep an eye on Mariana Corte, Lilian Nagal, Ana Beatriz Gonzalez. I want to say Lucila Caro as well. Gymnastics is one of her strengths, but Aline Cabral could surprise us. It's going to be a toss-up in this heat. We have the third heat of 4 for this final event here at CrossFit Copa Sur, and a very tight 6-minute time cap.
As the athletes get into the arena, we're looking at the lane assignments. We have on lane 1, Lucila Carro. Lane 2, Vivia Yellow. Lane 3, Aline Cabral. Lane 4, Tamiles Duarte. Lane 5, Amber Davey. Lane 6, Mariana Corti. Lane 7, Camila Marca. Lane 8, Ana Beatriz Gonzalez. Lane 9, Lara Scarpini. And lane 10, Lilian Nagal. As the athletes take up their positions. This is the second to last heat for women athletes in the Copa Sur semifinals. 30 seconds to start. And the second to last heat has begun. This is for time with a time cap of just 6 minutes. 22 echo bike calories and 15 ring muscle ups and a 72-foot dumbbell walking lunge. Won't be long until we find out who are the 3 women athletes that are going to the CrossFit Games.
Starting this workout with the Echo Bike is extremely spicy, as it already starts to target your cardio and fry your legs, to then go into a very high-skill gymnastics movement and then straight into 72 feet of walking lunges with 2 very heavy 70-pound dumbbells. There is no rest in this workout.
And coming into this event, your leaders, Vitória Campos with 458 points, then Julia Cato with 446, Emily Andrade with 419, Andrea Pinheiro on the outside looking in with 416, just 3 points, and then Lucia Viretti with 371 in 5th place.
Athletes are already onto their ring muscle-ups. You see Aline Cabral and Tamires Duarte. Lara Scarpini having no issues with those ring muscle-ups.
Lara Scarpini representing CrossFit Lago Sul. The Copa Sur CrossFit Semifinal is sponsored by Skyhill. The sky is the limit. Skyhill is launching a new grip. The Copa Sur edition looks like the Copacabana sidewalk. Get yours. Scan the QR code.
Amber Davey making light work of those ring muscle-ups with 5 left to go.
In the center of your screen, you're looking at Tamires Duarte, who is currently in 10th place overall.
Amber Davey done with her ring muscle-ups and onto her walking lunges. It's going to be interesting to see how her forearms are feeling after those muscle-ups, if she will be breaking those lunges, and how often.
But the first to the dumbbells is lane 8. Ana Beatriz Gonzalez.
Representing Maddock CrossFit.
Ana Beatriz Gonzalez taking a small break. As we see Amber Davey about to catch up.
Camila Marquez also started making her way down the field. We are approaching the 4-minute mark on a 6-minute workout.
Ana Beatriz Gonzalez reaching that next section and then taking a small break. And in the pink is Camila Marca.
Athletes have 1:30.
On lane 9, we have Lara Scarpini. Possibly taking that lead. She takes a break.
And has to move all the way back down after not completing the lunge.
With just over 50 seconds to go.
We have Ana Beatriz Gonzalez with 12 feet left and 45 seconds on the clock. Amber Davey catching up.
Lucila Cajo also with 12 feet remaining. And on lane 8.
One more lunge for Ana Beatriz Gonzalez, and she is through with 30 seconds left.
5:32 unofficially for her. And in lane 1, Lucila Cajo is through. 5:42.
Amber Davey with 15 seconds. And she is through.
5:50 unofficially for Davey.
And that is time on this heat for the final event for the women. here at CrossFit Copa Sur.
That time cap making some casualties as you're looking at Ana Beatriz Gonzalez with an unofficial time of 5:32, the heat leader, as we get ready to talk to Fabio Brocco.
Estou aqui com Bia Gonzalez. Olha, ela diz aqui, espera que eu estou morrendo. A gente espera, né, no último dia de campeonato, que realmente a gente já esteja, assim, esgotado. E aí eu queria saber, porque a gente geralmente, né, quando sabe que vai fazer uma prova, dá uma testadinha, só que é uma condição completamente diferente da competição. E aí eu gostaria de saber se o plano foi o que você havia planejado ou se você teve que fazer algum ajuste por tudo que já estava acontecendo aqui na competição.
Foi na hora que eu pensei, porque o lunge está muito pesado para mim. Então foi indo de um em um e vai até o fim.
E foi até o fim, Bia Gonzalez, parabéns. Vamos então para a próxima bateria.
We are back, and this is it. This is the last heat for the women athletes in the Copa Sur semifinal, and this heat is full of big names, including your top three.
It goes without saying that we want to keep an eye on Vitória Campos, Emily Andrade, and Julia Cato. We're also going to want to keep an eye here on Andrea Pinheiro and Luisa Marques. This is going to be a very interesting race to the finish. These athletes have a mere 6 minutes to get through this workout, and a lot of grip strength is going to be necessary, as well as some smart strategy.
We are one heat away from finding out the three women that are going to the CrossFit Games in Fort Worth, Texas, as they are welcomed into the arena. Looking at your lane assignments for this heat, we have Luisa Marques, lane 1. Lane 2, Barbara Caravello. Lane 3, Lucia Viretti. Lane 4, Emily Andrade. In third place overall, Emily Andrade. Then on lane 5, we have Vitória Campos, your overall leader. And in lane 6, Julia Cato, second place overall. Then we have Andrea Pinheiro, lane 7. In fourth place on the outside looking in, just 3 points behind Emily Andrade. On lane 8, Amanda Fuzuma. Lane 9, Laura Gonzalez. And lane 10, Marina Zago. 30 seconds to start. Ten seconds. Julia Cato, second place overall. And the last heat for the women in this semifinal has officially begun. This is for time with a very quick time cap of 6 minutes. It's 22 echo bicalories, then 15 ring muscle ups, and a 72-foot dumbbell walking lunge.
Julia Cato cracking a smile here.
The last time she did that, Kelly, she was dominant.
She destroyed that squat snatch ladder last time she started the event with a smile. We already have 12 calories, moving on to 13 on that bike. The world record at the moment belongs to Emma Tall at the French Throwdown, with 2 minutes and 48 seconds. Hands in the air from judges. For Vitória Campos, Julia Cato and Andrea Pinheiro, as well as Amanda Fuzuma. Vitória Campos onto her ring muscle-ups with Marina Zago.
We might just find out who are the three that are going to the CrossFit Games in under 5 minutes. Marina Zago and Vitória Campos on your screen.
Vitória Campos doing large sets of ring muscle-ups. We have 15 to complete.
Lane 5, your overall leader. Lane 6, second place overall.
2 reps left for your overall leader, Vitória Campos. And she has done an onto her dumbbell walking lunges. We are at 2 minutes, 23 seconds.
And this crowd is starting to get loud for her.
Vitória Campos is concentrated on every step.
As Julia Cato is just starting her dumbbell lunges. The crowd on their feet.
Vitória Campos taking a quick break. It is better to strategically break on these lunges than have to break all the way and go back.
As you see Julia Cato closing the distance. You're looking at first overall and second overall on your screen.
Vitória Campos feeling the pressure. The crowd is on their feet, ready for the finale.
12 feet to go.
Julia Cato passing Vitória Campos at the very end. Andrea Pinheiro close behind.
Julia Cato is through.
Finishing the event and punching her ticket to the CrossFit Games.
3:33 unofficially for Julia Cato and 3:40 for Vitória Campos.
Andrea Campos closing in on that red line to finish the workout.
3:52 unofficially.
Two minutes left on the clock.
And we have seen performances 1, 2, and 3 of the event.
We see all athletes making their way down the field. Save for Laura Gonzalez, still working on her ring muscle-ups. Minute 15 left on the timer.
On lane 4, let's pay attention to Emily Andrade, who was in third place overall. With Andrea Pinheiro, fourth place overall, with just 3 points to close the distance.
We see Lucia Viretti making her way down the field, approaching that finish line. Along with Amanda Fuzuma and Marina Zago. Athletes have 30 seconds to complete the final event at CrossFit Copa Sur. Marina Zago almost done. And she is through in the nick of time. 5 seconds.
And that is time. And the women have completed their performances in the Copa Sur semifinal. As you look at Julia Cato finishing with 3:33 unofficially and punching her ticket to Fort Worth, Texas in August. And she is fired up. Kelly.
That was extraordinary work from Julia Cato.
Tenho que ter força no meu dia a dia. Por isso que eu entrei, comecei e hoje não me vejo sem. Eu acho que esse é o recado, sabe? É custoso, é muito custoso, mas vale a pena.
Unbelievable performances from Julia Cato, Vitória Campos, and Andrea Pinheiro. We are going to the arena to hear the announcement of the tickets that were punched.
Julia Cato clearly celebrating her extraordinary performance in this event 6 after an extraordinary performance in event 5. Today was most certainly Julia Cato's day.
Estamos aí nessa expectativa, vocês estão vendo aqui imagens da nossa arena. Olá para você que está aí ao vivo, coloca aí nos comentários do nosso chat quem você acha, como é que ficou esse leaderboard. Nossa direção agora está contabilizando e teremos uma câmera ali também, mostrando a reação das atletas, elas que estão aí agora nesse momento descontraído com a torcida. Em alguns instantes teremos aqui os 3 tickets, as 3 atletas que vão representar a América do Sul nos Games esse ano. Olha aí, momentos de descontração com a torcida, expectativa, porque a gente tinha aí uma disputa muito acirrada, pouquíssimos pontos entre as colocadas, então tudo pode mudar nesse momento. Vamos saber o que vai acontecer em alguns instantes. A nossa direção está ali, contabilizando, coração disparado aqui. As atletas, vocês estão ali vendo os rostinhos. Eu pedi para o pessoal da transmissão colocar as nossas atletas também em quadro ali para a galera da transmissão acompanhar. Elas que estão ali, ó, já. Vem vindo. Vocês estão vendo as atletas aí então, ao vivo agora, para todo mundo. A Vitória deixando aí seus presentes, as atletas aí aguardando já. Vamos aguardando. É chegado o momento. É chegada a hora em alguns instantes. A nossa direção vem se aproximando. E os tickets já estão também chegando aqui para a gente fazer esse anúncio em mais alguns instantes. Nosso diretor da competição, Iobest, já chegando aqui com a pontuação e o grande anúncio. Agora sim, vem chegando nosso diretor com o grande anúncio agora de quais são as nossas 3 atletas que vão para os games. Os tickets estão aqui na mão do nosso head judge, o Mário, para a entrega dos nossos tickets. E aquela coisa, né? A gente vai ficando aqui nessa expectativa também. Em primeiro lugar, nessa competição, Eu quero ouvir o grito da galera para ela. A nossa atleta Victoria Campos está nos games. Ela, mais uma vez, representando o nosso país, a Victoria Campos, fazendo mais uma excelente competição aqui na Copa Sur, se preparando para receber da mão do Mário, nosso head judge, o ticket para os games. Vamos aplaudir mais alto a Victoria Campos. Ela que está aí agora, parabéns Victoria, já na telinha para vocês. E agora, Victoria, vamos anunciar a segunda vaga, lembrando a todos vocês que estão em casa que são 3 vagas. Primeira vaga já está garantida. Vamos à nossa segunda vaga. E a segunda vaga para o CrossFit Games, ela aqui teve essa reviravolta durante esses anos e está de volta nos games. Júlia Cato, vem pra cá. Júlia Cato representando o nosso Brasil, ela e a Victoria Campos recebendo o ticket. De volta aos games, aí a Julinha Cato com toda essa emoção, ela que se classificou em vitória na nossa primeira edição, junto, né, com a Victoria Campos. E esse ano, nós temos aí essa novidade incrível para a América do Sul, que são 3 vagas, igual vocês acompanharam durante a transmissão. Então é chegado o momento. Vamos convidar ela. Esse ano esse anúncio está correto. Andreia Pinheiro classificada. Andreia Pinheiro, sensacional, fazendo a sua excelente participação. E esse ano eu tenho o prazer de falar para você, receber o seu ticket para os games. Ela que esteve na categoria Master, pódio da categoria Master. Vamos aplaudir, 41 anos, a nossa atleta Andreia Pinheiro, agora na elite dos games. Um aplauso mais forte aqui para o nosso pódio. Vamos aproveitar agora que a gente está aqui ao vivo, a Andreia recebendo os cumprimentos. Vamos aproveitar esse momento e pegar. Andréia, vem aqui comigo, estamos ao vivo, Andréia. Antes da galera, vem eu correndo aqui. Agora sim, eu quero que você traga o seu discurso ao vivo, essa terceira vaga conquistada com muito suor. Como é que estava a sua cabeça antes? Estava tudo ainda muito incerto. E agora, como você está se sentindo?
Vou falar a real para vocês. Cada ano, vocês me acompanham. Eu bato na trave há muitos anos. Mas eu fui muito consistente, muito persistente. E acreditei muito no trabalho, no processo. E hoje eu estou aqui, eu já sabia. Porque eu senti, eu estava tão confiante. E hoje eu estou aqui para mostrar para vocês que realmente, galera, a idade é só um número.
Sensacional! Uma salva de palmas para a Andreia. A gente se vê lá no Texas. E agora teremos aqui Júlia Cato e Victoria Campos. Venham para cá na nossa entrevista ao vivo. Victoria Campos, Julinha Cato, vou até vocês. Cadê a Julinha, Victoria e a Andreia se abraçando aqui ao vivo? Victoria, elas que estão aqui nesse momento, eu quero ouvir as 3 classificadas aqui. Agora, Victoria, vamos falar ao vivo para quem está em casa. Quero que você deixe o seu recado. Mais um ano representando toda essa nação, a nossa América do Sul, trazendo todo o nosso prestígio e também visibilidade para o nosso país. Queria que você falasse como é isso para você.
Eu estou extremamente feliz de estar de volta na arena e conquistar mais uma vez o primeiro lugar no pódio. É sempre sensacional. Muito obrigada a todo mundo pela torcida. A torcida no Brasil é maravilhosa, não existe em lugar nenhum. Então, a gente se alimenta dessa energia, continua trazendo todo ano, porque vocês têm uma energia especial, é bom demais.
Victoria Campos também, a gente se vê no Texas. E agora a Julinha, ela que está com estilo novo esse ano, mudou os cabelos e trouxe toda essa energia para a arena. O Fábio Broco conversou com você antes dessa última prova, perguntando quem é Júlia Cato. E agora eu te pergunto novamente, para quem está ligadinho ao vivo e para a galera que está aqui. Queria que você falasse, quem é a Júlia?
2 vezes atleta Games agora.
Olha como ela vem, a hashtag bio do Instagram, 2 vezes atleta Games. Deixa um recadinho para sua torcida.
Galera, eu queria agradecer a todo mundo que está aqui, toda a torcida e todo o carinho que eu recebi esse fim de semana. Eu moro longe do Brasil, então eu não consigo competir muito aqui, mas é sempre incrível estar aqui, por isso que eu venho todo ano de volta. E mesmo que ano passado tenha sido um ano ruim, esse ano fez valer a pena e eu queria agradecer demais. And thank you to my friends from Abu Dhabi. They're cheering for me in Abu Dhabi in my gym. Thank you very much, guys.
Nossa, olha como ela vem, é isso. Queria muito agradecer as atletas, a gente vai dar sequência. Pessoal da transmissão, é com vocês e eu fico aqui na arena. Tchau, tchau.
You just watched the 3 women athletes that are going to the CrossFit Games. Vitória Campos, Júlia Cato, and Andrea Pinheiro with that very last heat. Andrea Pinheiro, who came in 4th place, overtaking Emily Andrade with that performance, as we are ready to start welcoming in the men athletes. Kelly.
It is extraordinary to see how much work these women put in over the course of the weekend. And it absolutely paid off. Vitória Campos returning to the games, Júlia Cato returning to the games, and Andrea Pinheiro making her debut as an elite athlete. We have 3 Brazilian athletes punching their way to Texas this August. It's going to be very exciting to see.
As we look at the standings for the men coming into this event, we have Guilherme Malheiros with a strong performance in first place with 473, then Calian Ribeiro de Souza 437, then Bruno Marins 434, Kaique Cerveni in 4th place 416, Benja Gutierrez in 5th with 404.
Men have a identical workout for event 6. The only difference is that now we have 2 100-pound dumbbells for that 72-foot dumbbell walking lunge and 30 calories on the Echo bike. The time to beat belongs to Tudor Magda at the West Coast Classic with 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Time cap is 6 minutes.
The athletes are in position. Anybody to watch out for, Kelly? Or just have fun?
I would honestly keep an eye on Guilherme Domingues and Edgar Pereira. Maximiliano Razuk is also one to keep an eye on.
As we look at the lane assignments, we have Maximiliano Arigossi, lane 1. Lane 2, Renato Guimarães. Lane 3, Maximiliano Razuk. Lane 4, Guilherme Domingues. Lane 5, Omar Martinez. Lane 6, Edgar Pereira Carvalho. Lane 7, Marcos Alves. Lane 8, Felipe Barbosa. Lane 9, Danilo Moreira. And lane 10, Giseu Costa Jr. with 20 seconds to start. Ten seconds. And heat 1 of 4 in the very last event of the Copa Sul has now officially started. Do not go anywhere. We are moving fast. This time cap of 6 minutes is quick. You will soon find out the 3 athletes that are going to the CrossFit Games.
Men have 30 calories on that Echo bike to get started.
The Copa Sul semifinal is sponsored by Stalhard Fitness, the provider of the Echo bikes. As you look at lane 1, Maximiliano Arigossi. Pardon, that is lane 2. Renato Guimarães with the bright shirt.
And we already have athletes coming off that echo bike. Onto those 15 ring muscle-ups. We have Edgar Pereira and Marcos Alves already making their way through their gymnastics.
Edgar Pereira from CrossFit Pinda and Marcos Alves, BRV CrossFit. On the right side of your screen is Felipe Barbosa from CrossFit Fellow.
Guilherme Domingues and Omar Martinez already on their ring muscle-ups as well. Hands up for Edgar Carvalho and Marcos Alves. Again, this is a very grip-centered workout.
You are watching the English broadcast of the Copa Sur semifinals. I'm Lucas Olivieri, joined by Kelly Z, providing the knowledge and commentating, and of course, Fabio Broco interviewing the athletes on the floor. We also have Spanish and Portuguese broadcasts.
Athletes are already moving forward to their lunges. Each of these dumbbells is 100 pounds.
And all 5 of those athletes are in first place for this heat, as they take their time to start. And that is Marcos Alves in the pink shirt, advancing first.
With Guilherme Domingues right behind him. Marcos Alves getting sent back for a no rep to restart those dumbbell lunges. And you see Omar Martinez and Guilherme Domingues on your screen.
Guilherme Domingues building a lead, but now taking a break. These dumbbells are 100 pounds each. And Guilherme Domingues, your current heat leader.
As he makes his way to his final 12 feet, we approach 4 minutes on the clock.
Taking a quick break there with 12 feet remaining.
Athletes have 2 minutes left to complete this workout.
Guilherme Domingues getting ready for that final push. Just a few more lunges.
1 more rep. And he is through. Guilherme Domingues winning this first heat for the men. Last event at CrossFit Copa Sur.
With an unofficial time of 4:29, Guilherme Domingues from CrossFit Sinus. Just over 1 minute left on the time cap. On the bottom of your screen there, we have in lane 1 is Maximiliano Arigossi. Takes a break. Lane 5, Omar Martinez taking a break.
Last 50 seconds on the timer for these athletes.
Edgar Carvalho taking a break on lane 6.
We have 4 athletes lined up for their final 12 feet.
Lane 5, Omar Martinez making that final push.
And he no reps and has to go back to the beginning with 25 seconds left on the clock.
Lane 6, final push from Edgar Pereira with 15 seconds left.
He is
and he
through.
Makes it through. Jumps into the red. 5:48 unofficial time. as you're looking at Guilherme Domingues with 4 minutes and 29 seconds, the leader of Heat 1 on the last event of the Copa Sur. As we get ready to talk to Fábio Brocco.
Da arena, para a galera da arena também ficar sabendo. Gui Domingues, você é do Rio Grande do Sul. E nós estamos, agora vai ter um anúncio na Copa Sur com uma camisa, né, do patrocinador global, Northern Spirit. E nós temos a assinatura de todos os atletas aqui. E essa camisa, vai passar por uma rifa online. Então você pode acessar o Instagram lá da Copa Sur para saber como participar. Então a galera que está aqui assistindo, a galera de casa, e todo esse dinheiro junto com a CrossFit Superforce, que é lá do Rio Grande do Sul, vai levar, né, todo esse dinheiro para ajudar a situação do Rio Grande do Sul. Gui Domingues, você é representante do Rio Grande do Sul, você é um atleta experiente. Tempos atrás, pódio do antigo BCC, né, daquele ano canadense, né, levou, né, a vaga dos Games, na época que todas as nacionalidades poderiam concorrer aqui. E hoje você está aqui terminando a sua competição, ganhando um hit. Eu gostaria que você compartilhasse do fundo do seu coração tudo que você está sentindo nesse momento. E qual é a sua somatória, qual é o saldo dessa competição.
Primeiramente, boa tarde, galera. Vocês fizeram um evento sensacional. Ainda tem para torcer muito, tem muitos hits de meninos bons ainda. E a nossa tão sonhada vaga, se Deus quiser, para os nossos meninos. Agradecer também ao Brasil inteiro, ao mundo todo que está ajudando o Rio Grande do Sul. As pessoas aqui, quem não é de lá, não tem a mínima noção do que está acontecendo lá. Começou dia 2 de maio, se eu não me engano. E todo mundo se ouviu falar, quando essas águas baixarem, tudo volta ao normal. Já passaram de 1,5 milhões de pessoas no estado do Rio Grande do Sul que foram afetadas diretamente pelas águas. E fora as pessoas que foram atingidas indiretamente. Então é uma catástrofe que muitos não têm a mínima noção do que está acontecendo lá. A gente é um país que não vive de guerra. E o cenário parece de guerra, parece coisa de filme. Quando você sai nas ruas das cidades e vê bairros que a água nunca tinha chegado na história e a água chegou 3, 4, 5 metros de altura. Eu não tinha cabeça nenhuma para estar aqui. A minha esposa, a Antônia agradecendo a Papai do Céu que a água não tinha vindo lá em casa, mas a água chegou em 11 familiares meus, 11 casas de famílias minhas, primos, tios, irmã, perderam tudo. Eu não sou um cara de usar muito a rede social para esses problemas. Evito rede social até para mostrar eu treinando. E quando a gente anda na rua lá, dá até pena de fazer um stories e falar, olha o que está acontecendo aqui, porque as pessoas estão sem vida. As pessoas saem de dentro das suas casas aquilo que elas construíram a vida inteira. Senhores, jovens, não tem faixa etária. Tu olha, eles estão sem esperança. Pensando, eu demorei 60 anos para conquistar isso tudo e agora eu não tenho mais nada. Nem eu, nem meus filhos, nem meus netos, nem ninguém. Então a situação lá é muito difícil. Já vai se passar 30 dias e ainda não se sanou 10% de todo o problema do estado. Então peço que continue orando pelo Rio Grande do Sul, continue ajudando o povo de lá, continue ajudando o povo da sua cidade, independente do estado onde você está. Não quer ajudar o Rio Grande do Sul? Vai num bairro humilde da sua cidade e dá uma olhada. É como o estado do Rio Grande do Sul está inteiro. E ajudem as pessoas da sua cidade, seja do Rio Grande do Sul, como eu falo. Achou algum Instagram de alguém, algum amigo que mora lá? Pede o Pix, de coração faz uma ajuda. Se aquela pessoa não está precisando, ela vai ajudar alguém lá próximo que está precisando. E, gente, obrigado pela torcida, obrigado por tudo. Vocês são demais.
Obrigado, Gui. Então, todas as informações no Instagram lá, oficial da Copa Sur. Vamos ajudar. Para quem não viu, então, aqui, ó, você pode levar, né, esse belo presente. Vamos continuar, então, com a competição.
as we look at Heat 2 of this final event. Anyone to look out for?
Matheus Ferro, Nicolas Bedon, Matheus Romão, Benjamin Concha, and Vitor Amancio. Reminder for everybody watching at home, this is the last event for the weekend here at Copa Sur.
With 10 seconds to start this heat. Athletes are on standby.
We see some rings getting adjusted in the corner.
We have some maintenance on lane 1. But you just saw Fábio Broco talk to Guilherme Domingues, and Guilherme Domingues emotional in Portuguese. We haven't been translating the interviews, but it's important to say Guilherme Domingues, his home state of Rio Grande do Sul, has been devastated by massive, massive flooding. And Fábio Broco was holding a white shirt signed by the athletes that are competing here. And that shirt is being raffled off. And by participating in this raffle, you will be helping the victims of the flooding in Rio Grande do Sul. Find out more in the official Instagram of the Copa Sur. Looking at your lane assignments for this second heat, 2 out of 4. Lane 1 is Lucas Amantia. Lane 2, Matheus Ferro. Lane 3, Vitor Nunes. Lane 4, Luciano Souza. Lane 5, Benjamin Concha. Lane 6, Nicolas Bedon. Lane 7, Tainan Beraldo Toma. Lane 8, José Valenzuela. Lane 9, Matheus Romão. Lane 10, Victor Amancio. And this is a quick one for time with the time cap of 6 minutes, 30 ecobike calories, 15 ring muscle ups, and a 72-foot dumbbell walking lunge.
We already see most athletes onto their ring muscle ups. This is a very grip dense workout. After these 15 ring muscle ups, athletes have 72 feet of dumbbell walking lunges with 200-pound dumbbells. Hand in the air already for Luciano Souza. Matheus Ferro, 2 reps left.
We'll see who approaches those 100-pound dumbbells first.
Luciano Souza is already approaching. His judge waiting for him at his dumbbells.
That is 100 pounds each, which is about 45 kilos.
He is followed closely behind by Matheus Ferro. If for any reason athletes get no reps on these dumbbell walking lunges, they have to go all the way back to the start of the 12-foot section they are working on.
And on lane 4, Luciano Souza having to backtrack and giving up the lead.
Matheus Ferro taking it over. We are at the halfway point for this workout. 3 minutes of a 6-minute time cap.
You know, in lane 2, Matheus Ferro has to backtrack too. On the top of your screen, Matheus Romão, lane 9.
Plowing through those dumbbell lunges. Taking a strategic step back so he does not break in the middle of that 12-foot portion. And he continues to move forward.
And he is all alone.
Matheus Romão making his way to the finish line.
Chooses not to break.
As we hit the 4-minute mark, no rep for Matheus Romão as he has to pull back his dumbbells to the beginning of that section.
Matheus Romão with 12 feet to go. One last push.
Once again, in the same spot, Matheus Romão breaks with those dumbbells.
Looked like they slipped there out of his hand. One minute and 15 seconds to go.
Lane 5, Benjamin Concha making his way over the finish line to be the first to finish the heat just under 5 minutes.
4 minutes and 53 seconds unofficially for Benjamin Concha, who overtook Matheus Romão at the very last second.
Luciano Souza, your initial heat leader, almost over the line. And he's over.
5:25, unofficial.
We have 3 athletes who have now wrapped up their participation here at Copa Sur at Arena Carioca.
Matheus Romão actually had a no rep. He had to go back. And on lane 3, Vitor Nunes is through.
Carrying his dumbbells over to the red.
With 7 seconds left, Matheus Romão is through. And that is time.
We saw far more athletes finishing this workout in this heat.
You just saw Benjamin Concha take this heat with 4:53 as we prepare to go to Fábio Broco with a special interview. Broco almost ready for us.
Pronto. Benja. 2 eventos, 2 vitórias. Agora 2 eventos, 2 hits, 2 entrevistas. Ahora nosotros estamos acá en un evento muy duro, pero al final me gustaría saber cuánto te molestó hacer esto con el cansancio.
La verdad que antes de empezar este WOD ya simplemente quería hacerlo y que se terminara. Mis piernas ya están muertas. Estos 3 días han estado duros, pero dentro de todo contento, agradecido de poder estar acá con todas estas personas ganando experiencia. También agradecer a mi familia, amigos, a todas mis personas cercanas que han estado acá apoyándome. Así que nada, contento y con toda la energía para terminar el día.
Enhorabuena, muitas gracias. Espera aí, preciso do silêncio aqui da arena, eu tô aqui com um ponto. O que está acontecendo aqui? Bom, Romão, você quase ganhou a prova e uma das diretoras falou, por favor, ganhe essa prova. E eu queria entender, a galera que está aqui assistindo, a galera aqui, por que você precisava muito ganhar essa prova?
Eu queria ganhar muito essa prova, porque eu batalhei bastante para estar aqui. E também a pessoa que está me acompanhando é um dos motivos pelo qual eu cheguei aqui hoje. E eu queria homenagear ela. Acho que ela está vindo aí. Vida, vem rápido.
Vida, corre, vida. Eu não estou localizando a vida. Cadê a vida? Tá vindo. Desce. Segurança, libera ela ali pra gente, por favor. Deixa ela passar ali. A gente só tá quebrando o protocolo. If you guys are watching this from like anywhere else but Brazil, there's something happening here. Just I hope the commentators are just telling you what's happening right now. But stay tuned. Ela foi assistir em algum lugar melhor. Vida. Qual é o nome da vida?
Juliana Correia.
Juliana Correia.
Como garota monstro. Vida, obrigado por tudo. Graças a Deus, eu te conheci. A você eu devo tudo. Tudo que eu tenho. E hoje eu queria e quero te pedir em casamento. Juliana Correia, você se aceita casar comigo?
É claro que sim.
Valeu, galera. Desculpa interromper vocês aí, mas então...
Yobich está muito feliz, né? O nosso diretor de provas. Vamos lá, vamos continuar com a próxima bateria.
Folks, I do believe you just saw one of the highlights of the weekend with a live wedding proposal happening here on the floor at Copa Sur. And a yes.
Are you not entertained, people? That is just incredible, epic. And we wish a lifetime of happiness for Matheus Romão and Juliana Correia. As we look at Heat 3, as I try to recompose myself here.
Both of your broadcasters are slightly in tears at the moment.
That was just incredible.
What a weekend here at Arena Carioca 1.
As we wait for the judges and the athletes to pour into the arena for Heat 3 of 4 and the final individual event and final overall event of the Copa Sur semifinals. You are watching the English broadcast. I'm Lucas Olivieri, and I'm joined by Kelly Z, commentating and bringing the knowledge, and Fabio Brocco on the floor, responsible for showing us epic moments so far. This broadcast is also available in Spanish and Portuguese.
It's a great day to punch your ticket to the games, folks, as it is a great day to get engaged.
Coming into this event, your standings, Guilherme Malheiros, first place, 473 points, then Calhão Ribeiro, 437. Bruno Marins in third place with 434, then Kaique Cerveni with 416. Benja Gutierrez in fifth place from Chile, 404. This event, it's a quick one with a time cap of 6 minutes, 30 EchoBike calories. 15 ring muscle-ups, and a 72-foot dumbbell walking lunge with 100 pounds on each dumbbell, about 45 kilos. Final touches.
We only have 2 more heats left in the day before we find out who are the 3 male athletes who will be heading to the CrossFit Games in Fort Worth, Texas come this August.
3 male athletes who will join Vitória Campos, Julia Cato, and Andrea Pinheiro. The 3 female athletes that are going to the CrossFit Games, and the 2 teams, Vitória CrossFit Centro Movimento and AR1. AR1, the team with 4 athletes from 4 different countries in South America, as you watch the athletes from Heat 3 of 4 come into the arena. With 1 minute to start. Still trying to recompose myself here after that epic moment.
It's been quite a day.
In lane 6, you're looking at Augustin Hichelmi, AR1 CrossFit. 10 seconds to start the second to last heat.
Augustin looking ready to tackle this last workout.
And we're off. 2 more heats, people. Stick around. You got 30 ecobicalories for the male athletes. And that is, on your screen on the left side is Williams Hughes.
As we wait to see whose judge is going to put their hand in the air first. We already have lane 5 and 6. Juan Diego Tobon and Augustin Hichelmi. Lane 1, Bruno Diniz already on his ring muscle-ups.
You're looking at Augustin Hichelmi and Bruno Diniz. Bruno Diniz on the right side of your screen.
We have most of the athletes already on their set of 15 ring muscle-ups.
And we have hands for Augustin Hichelmi.
3 reps to go. And Augustin Hichelmi is done and moving on to his lunges. He has ahead of him 72 feet with 200-pound dumbbells. And he is accompanied by Anderon Primo in lane 4.
Anderon Primo, who currently sits in 8th place overall.
And we see in lane 8, Thalisson Martins also getting set with his dumbbells. Augustin Hichelmi taking large steps, but Anderon Primo is taking faster steps to catch up to him.
It is the race for first place, but let's see who breaks first.
Anderon Primo relentless as the crowd gets on their feet
with
to cheer him on.
Just 12 feet to go with Anderon Primo. Is he doing this unbroken?
Not even 3 minutes on the clock. And he's
Anderon
over
Primo with 2:55 unofficially. He takes a bow. What a performance.
That was absolutely spectacular.
Going unbroken with those lunges there. Dominant.
If you blinked, you missed Anderon Primo in that arena.
Anderon Primo, who before this event, he started this event in 8th place, put on a show.
We see Augustin Hichami making his way to the end. And he is over.
With 3:39 unofficial.
In lane 3, we see Kaique Severny. No. Marcos Moreira, excuse me.
And Marcos Moreira is through, 4 minutes unofficial.
In lane 8, Thalisson Martins making his way to the red line. In lane 1, we see Bruno Diniz braking right before his last 12 feet.
Lane 8, Thalisson, and lane 9, Nicolas having to backtrack.
Nicolas carrying his dumbbells back.
With 1 minute and 15 seconds to go on this time cap. As we see on the bottom of your screen, that was Williams Hughes.
Lane 8, we see Thalisson Martins getting over that line.
And this time he's through with 5:05 unofficial.
Athletes have 50 seconds on the clock to finish this workout and wrap up their weekend here at Copa Sur.
Williams Hughes, he's through, 5:29. In lane 1 is Bruno Diniz, and he crosses the finish line with 5:41 unofficial. With 10 seconds left, that is lane 5, Juan Diego Tobon. And he needs to break.
And in lane 10, João Barba getting through by a hair.
And you're looking at Anderon Primo, who put on a show. 2 minutes, 55 seconds unofficial, and he's going to talk to Fabio Brocco.
We're ready. Anderon Primo, quase não classificado para as semifinais, para classificado, e chegando aqui levando a galera à loucura, batendo uma prova de 2016, que você não fechou, agora você fechou, e entregando o que você prometeu, que era melhorar o ranqueamento sul-americano. Qual é o saldo da competição hoje para você?
A terceira entrevista já? Posso pedir música no Fantástico já também? Tô brincando. Cara, tô muito feliz, tô muito contente de estar aqui. Tratei essa oportunidade como Deus me dando uma segunda chance. Fui falha em algumas provas. A primeira eu sabia que não era boa. A segunda eu falhei, a do front squat era pra ter sido muito melhor. Esperava um resultado melhor. Mas como eu falei, Deus me deu uma segunda oportunidade de estar aqui, de mostrar meu trabalho, de fazer aquilo que eu amo. E o máximo que eu podia fazer era retribuir com muito esforço, dedicação e suor. E eu acho que eu fiz isso. E dar um show para essa galera que tá dando um show, que é incrível, que é fenomenal. Galera, amo vocês. Gosto de vocês o dobro do que vocês gostam de mim, com certeza. Vocês são muito foda. E a performance das últimas 4 provas foi por causa de vocês. Muito obrigado.
Anderon Primo! E agora, daqui a pouco, a gente vai saber quem serão os atletas que representarão a América do Sul nos CrossFit Games lá em Dallas, Fort Worth, no Texas. Então, vamos lá.
That was Anderon Primo with Fabio Brocco after a dominating performance of 2 minutes and 55 seconds. So far, the fastest time for the men in this event. But this is it, folks. This is the last heat of the entire competition.
This is the moment.
The moment you've been waiting for. We are going to find out the 3 men who are going to represent South America at the CrossFit Games in Fort Worth, Texas, come August. As we look at this loaded lane assignment, Kelly.
And I venture to say all of these athletes are just ready to hit that floor with blood and determination in their eyes.
In lane 1, we have Juan Ignacio Vrosini. Lane 2, Juan Pedro Barcelos de Araújo. Lane 3, Kaique Cerveni. Lane 4, Bruno Marins, who comes in 3rd place overall to this event. Lane 5, your current overall leader, Guilherme Malheiros. Lane 6, in 2nd place overall, is Calian Ribeiro de Souza. Lane 7, in 5th place overall, is Benja Gutierrez from Chile. Lane 8, Henrique Moreira, who is currently in 6th. Lane 9, Martin Alfonso Fuentes Baca. And lane 10, Lucas da Rosa in 9th place overall. As the athletes get ready for the very last heat. And it is, if you don't know by now, this is a quick one, folks. It's a 6-minute time cap for time with 30 EcoBike calories and 15 ring muscle ups in a 72-foot dumbbell walking lunge. 100 pounds on each dumbbell. You're looking at Calian Souza. Calian is currently in 2nd place. And the crowd is getting into it.
This arena is about to get very, very loud.
This is it. The last heat.
6 minutes to find out who will be the 3 athletes punching their tickets to Fort Worth, Texas.
You're looking at Kaique Cerveni and now Bruno Marins and Guilherme Malheiros, your current leader. Calian, your 2nd place. Benja Gutierrez, Henrique Moreira, Martin Alfonso Baca, and on lane 10, Lucas da Rosa. And we already have people going to that muscle-up ring.
Lane 8, Henrique Moreira, getting through those ring muscle-ups.
Henrique Moreira currently 6th place overall.
To the left of your screen, Guilherme Malheiros and Calian Souza working their way through their gymnastics.
Second place on the right side of your screen. 1st place, middle of your screen. Bruno Marins, 3rd place, left side of your screen. It's going to be a battle. And then Henrique Moreira has approached his dumbbells on lane 8.
And he starts to make his way down the field, as does your leader, Guilherme Malheiros.
And this crowd is crazy.
And he is plowing that field with those dumbbells as we approach the 2-minute mark.
Henrique Moreira and Guilherme Malheiros running with dumbbells.
Guilherme Malheiros makes those dumbbells look like they weigh 12 pounds each.
You're looking at Guilherme Malheiros, and he might just finish this unbroken.
And matching the world record time of 2 minutes and 15 seconds as he stands and takes it all in at the finish line.
Guilherme Malheiros just putting on a show. And this Copa Sur.
Bruno Marins done with Callian on his way over. Callian is through.
2:47 for Callian unofficially. Kaique Cerveni having to backtrack.
We see at the top of your screen, Lucas da Rosa making his way down the field with speed. This is the first time this weekend he has been in the top heat.
In lane 7, Benja Gutierrez is through with 3:12.
Lucas da Rosa finishing his weekend, climbing that leaderboard ladder.
And lanes 1 and 2 are done. Kaique Cerveni clapping for the crowd, thanking the crowd. As you look at lane 9, Martin Alfonso Fuentes Barra. Kaique Cerveni, from the looks of it, ending his participation, hugging Callian, who has put on the cowboy hat. As Martin Fuentes on lane 9 gets full support from this crowd.
We have 1:30 left on the timer.
Callian there to support him too. Martinez through to his last section.
He steps back to finish his last 12 feet.
Just over 1 minute, and the athletes are cheering him on.
He has full support from his field of participants and this crowd.
Almost there.
One more step.
And he has done 5:15 unofficial with the help from his fellow athletes and this entire crowd. As you look at Guilherme Malheiros with a dominant performance. Guilherme Malheiros, who unofficially ties the record for this event, punching his ticket to go to the CrossFit Games and punching it hard.
Guilherme Malheiros was entirely unbothered by this workout.
Unbothered, unbroken, breaking records. He broke the record in the previous event, not satisfied. He starts this event and he ties the record unofficially.
I think that was the only thing he was bothered by was the world record. He's like, I need to change this.
I could see how that would bother him. And we are about to find out the 3 athletes, or should I say 2, that are going to the CrossFit Games in Fort Worth, Texas. You know that man is going.
And we see here Vitória Campos cheering on Guilherme Malheiros. Both mayhem athletes.
And we got word that Guilherme Malheiros had 2 minutes and 16 seconds.
One second short of the world record.
That places him second. What a performance.
It is safe to say this arena is ready to hear these results.
Folks, we will be going to the arena to see the 3 athletes that are going to the CrossFit Games. It has been a blast. Thank you for honoring us with your viewership. If you decided to watch this English broadcast, I'm Lucas Olivieri. Kelly Z commentating, providing the knowledge.
It's been a very eventful, very enthusiastic, and very exhilarating weekend here at Arena Carioca 1 in beautiful Rio de Janeiro for the 2024 edition of Copa Sur.
Thank you for watching.
Já estamos aqui aguardando os atletas, aguardando os resultados. Já nosso diretor, agora sim, é chegado o momento, hein? É chegado o momento do grande anúncio das nossas 3 vagas para os atletas. Nosso diretor de transmissão, nosso diretor da competição chegando, Jobst. Mário, nosso head judge com os tickets. Nosso diretor já está aqui. Chegou a hora da gente fazer o grande anúncio. Vamos saber para quem vai a nossa primeira vaga. Lembrando que são 3 vagas. E a nossa primeira vaga é aquela que vocês estavam falando. O campeão voltou. Vem para cá, Guilherme Malheiros, recebendo o seu ticket dos games aqui, diretamente da mão da nossa equipe. Ele que garantiu o primeiro lugar aqui na competição, garantindo a sua primeira vaga, recebendo o ticket aqui do nosso head judge, o Mário. Ele que está aqui agora. Bom, para a nossa segunda vaga, lembrando que são 3 vagas, hein? Gui já está aqui com o seu ticket garantido. Vamos anunciar a nossa segunda vaga. Atenção, segunda colocação teve um empate. E a gente vai mandar, não dá para mandar mais que 3, tá tudo bem. Teve um empate e assim, nós tivemos o critério, né, de decisão aqui, que são as regras. O atleta que mais levou eventos vai ficando com a segunda vaga e eu queria convidar ele, Calian Souza! Calian Souza recebendo o carinho da torcida. Nosso segunda vez recebendo os cumprimentos do nosso diretor. Vai receber o ticket. Ticket agora com o nosso head judge, o Mário. Olha aí, uma salva de palmas para o Calian. E agora nós temos a nossa terceira vaga. Terceira vaga, são 3 homens e eu quero uma salva de palmas, porque esse pódio é todo o Brasil. Bruno Marins, vem pra cá. Pódio 100% aí, brasileiro para as mulheres e para os homens aqui na categoria. Parabéns, Bruno! Falou que tá aqui, ó, as 7 eventos, as 7 regionals. A gente vai entrevistar. Pega seu ticket primeiro, homem. Ele que tá aqui agora sim. Vamos lá, agora ao vivo. Vem aqui do meu lado, você que queria falar como é que você tá se sentindo. Ele faz a apresentação dele.
Pessoal, eu queria falar com vocês sobre sonhos. Porque para quem não sabe, eu tento esse ingresso aqui desde 2018. Façam as contas, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23 e agora. Essa é a 7ª vez que eu tento. E aqui tá, o trabalho duro compensa. Isso é verdade.
E o passaporte tá na mão. Vamos aproveitar também, vou chamar a nossa câmera ao vivo para falar com o Calian Souza e o Gui Malheiros. Calian, vem para cá. Vamos aproveitar e dar uma entrevista ao vivo. Tá aqui o Calian e o Gui. Calian, tá aqui recebendo, eles que treinam juntos. Calian Souza, vem pra cá com seu chapéu, meu jovem. Quero que você fale com a sua torcida, com a galera que tá em casa ao vivo e pra galera que esteve aqui te incentivando o tempo todo. Como você tá se sentindo 2ª vez no Games, hein? Com apenas 23 anos.
Pô, tô muito feliz, né? Todo mundo sabe que eu sou meio novo aqui no meio desses caras, mas fico feliz em fazer meu trabalho bem feito o suficiente para representar todos vocês lá no Brasil da melhor forma possível. Muito feliz e muito mais feliz esse ano porque eu vou com aquele Zé Ruela ali, ó.
É o amigo, é o companheiro.
Valeu, muito obrigado a todo mundo.
Treinar junto dá certo, treinar junto dá certo.
E agora, agradecendo aí os dois, o Gui que já tá aqui também. Guilherme Malheiros, a torcida aí te incentivando, não tem nem o que falar. Eles já estavam gritando isso antes mesmo da gente premiar você. Então, eu acho que agora é você com eles.
Cara, todo mundo, não sei quem estava aqui ano passado, mas ano passado por um errinho eu não peguei a vaga. My bad, minha culpa. Mas graças a Deus que eu não consegui aquela vaga. Hoje eu estou um novo homem, um novo atleta, uma nova pessoa. E graças a Deus que tudo aquilo aconteceu porque me ensinou muito. E hoje, nesse final de semana, aqui com vocês de novo, eu estava muito mais leve, muito mais tranquilo. E vocês fazem, cara, na moral, tipo assim, vou confessar uma parada pra vocês. Todo dia quando a gente está entrando, eu, falar por mim. Quando eu estou entrando pra prova, eu falo, caraca, maluco, tipo, eu não tô bem, não tô preparado ainda. Mas aí, tipo, quando passa aquele portãozinho, tá todo mundo aqui, moleque, tipo assim, a barra fica 50 quilos mais leve, a bike vai embora, vocês são sinistros demais.
É sensacional, e a gente teve aquele papo no final, ano passado, onde você conversou com a galera, né, e esse ano você tá aqui entregando tudo. Agora a pergunta que não quer calar, pode vir um pódio aí em Games, a gente tá louco para assistir vocês ao vivo e gritar pro Brasil, porque a gente fica enlouquecido na transmissão. Quero que você fale qual que é a sua cabeça agora pro Texas.
Cara, mesma coisa, mesma cabeça de 2021. Hoje eu entendo que eu não tenho nada para provar para ninguém, eu não tenho que entregar nada para ninguém. Então, eu vou muito mais leve, com a cabeça muito mais leve, só fazer o meu trabalho. E quando eu estou me divertindo, quando eu estou leve, quando eu estou tranquilo, os melhores resultados vêm. Então, tipo assim, é só treinar, me divertir o máximo que eu puder e entregar uma boa representação para vocês lá no Brasil, lá no Games, como eu sempre fiz.
Uma salva de palmas, Guilherme Malheiros aqui com a gente. Valeu, galera da transmissão. A gente vai se preparando agora para a nossa cerimônia de premiação. Até já.
And we are back here, which is great because we get to say goodbye a second time. Officially to
now.
all of you viewers that have been watching this English broadcast of the Copa Sur semifinal. Thank you so much for honoring us with your viewership. You just saw the 3 tickets that were punched.
And we hope that you were managing to follow along with all of the exciting events that happened this weekend. And we were just very happy to be able to be here to bring this to you and open up the South America semifinal to the world and show you the power that South America has and how amazing these athletes are and how hard they have worked all weekend.
Coming up, we still have the award ceremony. Just to recap, Vitória Campos, Julia Cato, Andrea Pinheiro, VC Centro, Vitória CrossFit Centro Movimento, and AR1, the two teams, Guilherme Malheiros, Kalian Souza, and Bruno Marins, going to the CrossFit Games.
A very Brazil-dominant podium for all categories. It's going to be very exciting to see what they have to deliver at this year's CrossFit Games in Fort Worth, Texas in August.
Thank you for watching. I'm Lucas Olivieri.
I'm Kelly Z.
Catch you next time.
Nacional, eu quero
É isso aí, chegou o momento. Tudo certo? É chegado o grande momento. Primeiramente, eu queria uma salva de palmas para todos os atletas e toda a nossa torcida que acompanhou, a galera ao vivo também, que ficou com a gente durante esses dias aqui de Copa Sur. Então, sejam muito bem-vindos à nossa cerimônia de premiação da elite individual da semifinal do CrossFit Games, a nossa CrossFit Copa Sur 2024. Atletas, coaches, amigos e familiares, nós estamos aqui para homenagear os atletas da elite que demonstraram toda a sua dedicação, perseverança e força ao longo desse final de semana incrível e emocionante. Foram horas e horas de treinos exaustivos, desafios implacáveis e vocês, atletas, enfrentaram, ultrapassaram os limites do potencial humano, inspirando todos nós ao seu redor. E é com imensa admiração e respeito que nós estamos orgulhosos de todos vocês que aqui participaram. Agora é hora de ir em frente para suas casas, reconhecer o seu esforço e também comemorar aí com os seus amados. Mas antes, vamos ter que coroar sim os nossos campeões da semifinal do CrossFit Games para a América do Sul, CrossFit Copa Sur 2024. Mas antes, eu tenho um vídeo muito especial para os atletas que vocês vão ver agora. Olha aí. Aguardando aqui o vídeo em alguns instantes. Equipe de mídia dando um show aqui na nossa Copa Sur. Bom, vocês sabem que nós estamos em constante renovação e como o nosso evento não poderia ser diferente. Para esse ano, nós temos a honra de anunciar que iremos homenagear um atleta que vem inspirando muita gente com o troféu Atleta Espírito do CrossFit Copa Sur 2024. Esse atleta, ele começou a praticar CrossFit em 2011 e já acumula 4 participações em semifinais do CrossFit Games. A sua trajetória como atleta, sem dúvidas, é uma inspiração para todos nós e toda a comunidade. Mas o seu comportamento, a sua atitude, o seu respeito, comprometimento com o próximo inspiram todos nós mais ainda. Por isso, quero que todo mundo fique de pé para aplaudir esse atleta tão querido, tão admirado, nosso Guilherme Domingues, o espírito do CrossFit Copa Sur 2024, um atleta do Rio Grande do Sul, vem receber aqui o seu troféu. Gui Domingues, uma salva de palmas, e aqui também fica o meu carinho para o Rio Grande do Sul e para todas as pessoas de lá. Recebendo agora da mão do nosso assistente de direção, Dur Barbosa, o troféu Espírito do CrossFit Copa Sur. Uma salva de palmas para ele, o Rio Grande do Sul. Nós estamos com vocês aí, Gui Domingues, nossa gratidão. Recebendo agora os cumprimentos da nossa diretora Adri e também do nosso diretor Iobist agora. Uma salva de palmas, recebendo agora os cumprimentos do nosso diretor de competição, o Iobist. Muito obrigada, Gui Domingues, você é o nosso espírito do CrossFit como ser humano, como atleta. Muito obrigada a todo mundo da sua comunidade que também ajudou e está movendo esforços lá no Rio Grande do Sul. Uma salva de palmas novamente para o nosso querido Gui Domingues, com o seu troféu, o espírito do CrossFit Copa Sur. E agora eu queria aproveitar esse momento ao vivo para também agradecer, em especial, os nossos patrocinadores e apoiadores. Brave Equipamentos, Inovari Pisos, Northern Spirit, o patrocinador oficial de roupas das semifinais do CrossFit Games 2024, Hustle Up, Sky Hill, patrocinador oficial da transmissão, que proporcionou para vocês aí todas as informações ao longo desses dias. Rain, a galera da G-Shock, Resistência Absoluta, e também Anjos do Ódio, nosso recovery especial. E agora vamos ao momento mais esperado, minha gente. A premiação das mulheres e homens mais condicionados aqui da América do Sul, que vão representar o continente no CrossFit Games 2024. A competição individual desse ano começou com 40 homens e 40 mulheres de toda a América do Sul. Ao longo desses 3 dias de competição, foram colocados à prova e testados durante todo esse momento. Vamos começar reconhecendo as 3 melhores mulheres da semifinal do CrossFit Games, CrossFit Copa Sur. Mas antes de mais nada, eu quero convidar aqui a Andréa Pinheiro. Andréa Pinheiro, uma salva de palmas para ela, por quê? Eu quero que você, Andréa, antes de receber a sua medalha dessa edição, que você suba ao pódio, no seu terceiro lugar, vá se colocar no seu lugar de terceiro lugar, porque ela vai receber a medalha da edição de 2023, que é sua! Olha aí então o nosso diretor de transmissão entregando para a Andréia a medalha de 2023 do ano passado, merecida, ela que teve o seu pódio ano passado, e agora sim, e a hashtag eu já sabia. Nós sempre soubemos, vai vendo aí. Então, uma salva de palmas para ela. Andréa Pinheiro, recebendo a medalha do ano passado. E aproveitando também, já continua aí no seu pódio. Ela que já tem o ticket para os games agora. Quero convidar também ela para receber a medalha de terceiro lugar do CrossFit Copa Sur 2024 com 510 pontos. Ela já está no pódio, então eu quero aqui, ó, Andréa Pinheiro já recebendo a sua medalha junto com o Du. E eu quero convidar agora, em segundo lugar, a nossa atleta, em segundo lugar, a Júlia Cato com 546 pontos. Também nossa brasileira que vai representar aí a nossa América do Sul. Pode subir no pódio, Júlia, para a gente fazer a entrega das medalhas. Chegando agora a Júlia no pódio. Em primeiríssimo lugar, a Victória Campos. Vem pra cá, Victória, pra gente entregar pra Victória Campos a medalha e o troféu aí de primeiro lugar. Uma salva de palmas, Victória Campos chegando agora no pódio. Esse é nosso pódio e eu quero aproveitar agora, quero convidar, né, os nossos patrocinadores. Agora com vocês, a diretora do CrossFit Copa Sur, a Adri Olchevski, para entregar os nossos prêmios. Quero convidar também os representantes da Northern Spirit, patrocinadora global das semifinais do CrossFit Games 2024, para a entrega dos cheques já. E o Du Barbosa, ele que já colocou as medalhas nas atletas. Então, agora esse momento premiação, a nossa diretora Adri entregando os prêmios, entregando os kits dos nossos patrocinadores para o nosso pódio. Elas vão recebendo os nossos prêmios, já tem o cheque, já tem o troféu também aqui do nosso pódio. Galera aí, ó, já gritando seus nomes, aplaudindo. Recebendo aí as nossas premiações da Sambazon Açaí, Rain Sky Hill. E agora quero convidar os nossos representantes da Northern Spirit para entregar os cheques para as atletas. Aqui o nosso pódio. Em alguns instantes eles passarão com os cheques para as atletas. Já aqui aguardando os nossos representantes. François, temos aqui também o Tom da Northern Spirit, pode entrar e entregar aqui os nossos cheques para as atletas de primeiro, segundo e terceiro lugar. Vocês estão vendo elas aí nas imagens, no pódio. Uma salva de palmas agora e obrigada também os nossos patrocinadores. A Northern Spirit, a patrocinadora global das semifinais do CrossFit Games 2024, entregando o cheque das atletas. Agora eu convido ele, o nosso Head Judge, o Mário Cordeiro, para a entrega do troféu da nossa campeã Victoria Campos, recebendo o troféu da mão do nosso Head Judge. E finalmente, para cumprimentar as atletas, eu convido o diretor de competição, Jobest Olszewski. Uma salva de palmas para o nosso pódio. Teremos a foto oficial agora com a Joy, com a equipe de mídia. Parabéns, atletas. Muito obrigada. A gente se encontra no Texas. As nossas 3 brasileiras aí, muito bem representado no nosso país. Agradeço. E agora a gente volta para fazer a entrega também dos nossos homens, atletas já se despedindo aqui do pódio, porque logo mais tem games. Então vamos dar sequência aqui ao nosso pódio, a nossa cerimônia de premiação. Quero premiar os 3 melhores homens da semifinal do CrossFit Games, CrossFit Copa Sur 2024. Convido ao pódio, em terceiro lugar com 528 pontos, Bruno Marins, vem para o pódio. Já vai se posicionando, Bruno, no seu pódio. Ele que já garantiu o seu ticket. Fica à vontade. E agora quero convidar em segundo lugar o nosso atleta, vencendo 3 dos 6 eventos, com 528 pontos também, Calian Souza. Já chegando o Calian Souza para o pódio. Ele que ficou em segundo lugar. E agora, o primeiríssimo lugar, eu quero convidar o nosso atleta, ele, o campeão da semifinal do CrossFit Copa Sur 2024, com 573 pontos, Guilherme Malheiros. Sensacional, agora eu convido a nossa diretora do CrossFit Copa Sur, Adri Olszewski, para a premiação dos atletas. Nosso pódio aí, 100% BR, hein? Hashtag 100% BR na transmissão, recebendo aí as premiações dos nossos patrocinadores, os atletas. Recebendo aí todas as nossas premiações. Agora gostaria de também convidar os nossos representantes, os nossos patrocinadores. Olha aí, Guilherme Malheiros, hein? Recebendo o seu G-Shock aqui no pódio, lugar mais alto, vai vendo. Agora quero convidar os nossos representantes da Northern Spirit, a patrocinadora global das semifinais do CrossFit Games 2024, para entrega dos cheques aos atletas. Já estamos aqui com os cheques, vaga, ticket na mão dos atletas e agora o cheque, hein? Partiu Disney, mano. Partiu Disney, esqueça tudo. Uma salva de palmas, olha o cheque vindo, hein? Atletas recebendo, François, o Tom eles que são os nossos representantes da Northern Spirit, a patrocinadora global aqui das semifinais do CrossFit Games 2024. E agora convido o nosso diretor, o Du Barbosa, assistente de direção de competição, para a entrega das medalhas. Olha aí os atletas recebendo as suas medalhas. E agora eu gostaria de convidar o nosso Head Judge, Mário Cordeiro, para a entrega do troféu de campeão do CrossFit Copa Sur 2024 para Guilherme Malheiros. E agora, finalmente, os cumprimentos para os nossos atletas com o nosso diretor de competição, Fittest Olszewski. Vamos fazer a nossa foto oficial agora aqui no pódio. Atletas em posição bem bonita aí, sorria, ha. Alegria, você está no Texas. Uma salva de palmas aos atletas. E agora eu aproveito para me despedir de todos vocês que acompanharam o nosso CrossFit Copa Sur 2024, a nossa semifinal da América do Sul. Quero uma salva de palmas. Vamos fazer aqui uma foto do pódio completa. Meninas, aguardem aí já. Vamos então encerrando a nossa competição, encerrando a nossa transmissão ao vivo, minha gente. Muito obrigada para vocês aí durante toda essa transmissão. Fica aí com as imagens do nosso pódio. Eu sou a Nath Graciano e a gente se vê em breve. Valeu, obrigada a todos e tchau!